and Mike Salk.
All right. Hello. Good morning, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports app all by itself. Hello. Good morning. Good to be with you guys. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope everybody had fun. I did. I had a great weekend. And it's about to get even better. It's like a little extra little bit of weekend here, as I will admit, I've got the TV on in the studio. I almost never do that. I'm anti-TV in the studio, but for anybody who's excited to watch the end of the Players' Championship, it's about to start, which is great. A little three-hole playoff with Rory McIlroy and JJ Spawn. So I'll be half paying attention to the show, at least sort of. I promise.
Wait, your guy Jordan Spieth isn't in it?
He didn't make it. No, it's just Rory and JJ. Sorry, Jordan didn't have a great week. The Players was great, though. I mean, just chaos out there with weather and wind and guys double bogeying in big spots and balls in the water on 17 and 18. It was a blast. So anyway, that'll be on in the background. We won't spend a lot of time talking about it, but part of my mind, just so you know, will be thinking about it. I saw this weekend a baseball movie, and I wasn't expecting to see it. My wife, Heather's great at finding kind of offbeat things to do around the city. And this is a movie. I don't know if you've heard of this. I had never heard of it until she mentioned it the other day. It's called Ephus. Have you heard of this movie?
No.
All right. I'm just going to tell you guys, this was one of, well, I can't say it was one of the best movies I've ever seen, but it was a really, really great movie. And all it is it's one baseball game. It takes place in like kind of northern Massachusetts, southern New Hampshire, right outside of Nashua, New Hampshire, kind of by the border. And it's like probably three generations, guys from their 20s through their, I don't know, maybe 60, 50s, 60, who are all playing. They play every week. And this is the last game before their field is about to be destroyed. And it just takes you through the entire 9 innings of their game. There's nothing else to it. It's just their game. But all the guys have great personalities. There's no big time actors in it at all. It's all kind of no names, and they're incredibly realistic, and they crack on each other. And it just, all I can tell you is it is a just wonderful celebration of baseball. And it really appreciates, and this is why I wanted to bring it up, it really appreciates the slowness of baseball. The movie itself is a little slow, not really. I mean, it's not a Marvel movie or anything, but it celebrates how baseball is slow and is a pastime, as opposed to ripping it all the time and getting mad because baseball doesn't move at the speed of the NFL or the NBA or something like that. So anyway, if you find it, I mean, it's playing at SIF. That's where we saw it. And I think it's supposed to get a wider release. At least I hope it does. It's called Ephus. It's not really about the Ephus pitch, although it does play a small role in the movie. So that was awesome this weekend. Also, I accomplished something this weekend that I have been trying to do for years. I managed to stop on ice skates, so I'm getting there. Now that I can stop, I'm excited for my game next Monday. I know, I'm playing again next Monday. I went out with Cecily and some of her teammates and her coach to a little drop-in skate or stick and puck session at the Iceplex. And I got it. Yeah, Coach Jeremy gave me a couple of hints, and I was able to do it only with one foot. I can't do it with the other foot yet, but I was able to stop with my left foot, worked on it on my right. And so, yeah, that was awesome. That was exciting for me. And then we've got, local sports as well. We've got the Sam Darnold contract news, which came out over the weekend. And we've got a great point that Lyle made that I'm all in on, and I think we should talk about for a couple of minutes here. So we'll spend a few minutes on both. If you missed Sam Darnold on Friday, you'll get a chance to hear him coming up in about 25 minutes. I thought he was great. It's rare that I get a bunch of positive feedback for stuff that we do, but that was one. I got a bunch of people who came up and just told me how much they loved the Sam Darnold interview and kind of getting to know him a little bit. So definitely want to make sure you guys get a chance, if you didn't hear it on Friday, to hear it coming up here in about 25 minutes. So it turns out that the Sam Darnold contract is really just a one-year deal. That all of his guaranteed money is in year one. All of it. So this is one of those deals where if they like him, they can keep him. He'll be here for 2 years, 3 years. If he plays great and becomes, their franchise quarterback for ages 27, 28, 29, and then you start thinking about the future, cool. You got him. He's yours. And if it goes the other way and he's not what you're hoping he is, or you evaluate a quarterback in the draft next year that you think you've got a shot at or whatever, you don't have to keep him. Or if you want to keep him for 2 years and then move on from the third, I mean, we always figured that would be a possibility, right? That's sort of most NFL contracts. The point being, the Seahawks kind of do whatever they want. They sign this guy to what is effectively a 1-year contract, and it gives them all the flexibility in the world to handle this however they want to. It's huge. Absolutely huge. So I know there's some folks who took this as some sort of this is their real feeling on Sam Darnold, and they don't. I don't see it that way. It's just flexibility. In fact, that's what a lot of what the Seahawks have done here is just giving themselves flexibility. They kind of do whatever they want. If they do decide Jackson Dart or one of these guys is their guy in this year's draft, and they decide to select him, and then they can do that. They can give him a year to test him out while Sam Darnold's the quarterback. And if they decide at the end of that year that he's going to be like they want to give him first team snaps, they can do that. And if he's just, another Sam Howell, you can keep Sam Darnold. Like, the flexibility there, I think, is really tremendous. So
I don't think any team that signed Sam Darnold, like if people are saying it shows their confidence in him, he had a really good season, and then there was some question marks about the way that it ended. Like, I think any team was going to do kind of a prove it deal.
Absolutely. So good on them. I mean, they get that done, and now again, flexibility, I think, really, really matters in this case. So cool. Good on them. Cooper Kupp obviously signed since we chatted last. We're excited about that. I know a lot of the negative Nellies kind of came out after the signing, and they're right, kind of pointing out some of the age and injury stuff and some of the decline that we've seen in his game. I don't think anybody expects him to be the MVP, Super Bowl MVP that he was a few years ago. I think what they're looking at is, a guy who signed for, 3 years, $80 million while he was in, or $85 million, something like that in LA, who now signs for 3 years, $45, and I'm betting it's not really all that. You're getting him for a fraction of what he was being paid. So that's about right for a player that isn't quite the same player that he was then. And I think he's a better fit for what the Seahawks want to do than Tyler Lockett was. Right? I mean, just the ability to block, the ability to run after catch. He does some of the things that Tyler Lockett doesn't do or doesn't do anymore. So I like that. I got no problems with that. I mean, I think we're all excited about kind of some of the moves they made, the people they brought in, but it all comes with this one giant caveat, which is this all means diddly poo in the words of the great Jim Mora, Sr., if you don't fix the offensive line. Doesn't really matter what you do with wide receiver. DK, Cooper Kupp, Marquez Valdez, Scantling, it doesn't matter. If you don't have your offensive line set, none of this matters at all. So we wait. We continue to wait while John Schneider continues to tell us that none of these offensive linemen could possibly work here in Seattle. Maybe it'll be Tevin Jenkins, who ends up visiting with them today, and my guess is they'll probably sign him. Usually that happens when guys meet, and maybe they'll end up with the center from Minnesota, Bradbury. I mean, we'll see. But it is just a weird situation. They know what they need to fix. They just refuse to actually, do it. Weird. Very, very weird. All right, we ran out of time for the Haniger thing. We'll talk about it a little bit later. I promise, Lyle. We'll get to Mitch Haniger because I continue to think what I said at spring training, and I know you're sort of jumping on board with this as well, kind of looking at the roster spot and saying, I don't see how he ends up making this roster, but we'll see where it goes. We'll come back here with everything you need to know, including a whole bunch of details and some big news that came out of Peoria this weekend. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Four-time Pro Bowl defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence is now a Seattle Seahawk. This will be his 12th season.
It shouldn't be a surprise from the standpoint of, like, last year, the first move they made was D-line, and it was to sign Leonard Williams. They're going to build up that defensive line, and, you know, it's actually looking pretty good. We still have a first-rounder from last year that has yet to explode.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with the trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident Sun.
Don't miss Mariners opening day next week. Lock in your seats for Thursday, March 27th, and check out all the festivities on the first homestand, including Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night, Friday, March 28th, and Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway, Monday, March 31st to Wednesday, April 2nd. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
It is that time of year, homeowners. You start thinking about that roof with all of the rain coming, and you wonder, do I need a new roof? Do I need a repair? Or even what is happening up there? Well, I was thinking the same thing, so I had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection for me, and they were extremely professional. The communication was great every step of the way, and the best part is they sent me a detailed report with pictures showing me what they saw and gave me the recommendations. And what you really need is an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on my side. Allow them to work for you too, especially if your home is surrounded by trees like mine is, which leads to the moss growth that was happening. Your roof is supposed to last upwards of 20 years, so a yearly inspection is a very small price to pay for adding to the lifespan of your roof, saving you big money down the road and giving you peace of mind. Find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Welcome home, Cooper Kupp, 31-year-old wideout, did sign a 3-year deal with the Seahawks, reportedly worth up to $45 million, though we are still waiting to find out what is guaranteed. That's obviously a big drop from the 3 years, $80 million he had signed with the Rams just a couple of seasons ago. Here's Jeremy Fowler with more.
The Seahawks really recruited Cooper Kupp hard this week. They put the full court press on him. They showed him how he can start his next NFL chapter and be great with their offense, how he can blend in with Jackson Smith and Jigba. He talked with the coaches this week. So Denver was involved loosely, the New Orleans Saints a little bit, the Cowboys checked in. But Seattle, I'm told, was really the most aggressive, and they had a competitive contract. So they're going to pair Kupp with Sam Darnold, and he's a Southern Washington kid. So going home, he had the local flair that the Seahawks could play off of.
Is that what we call Yakima, Southern Washington?
I guess.
I mean, I guess technically it is South. I've never really thought of it as Southern Washington. That's all right. We're not going to give Jeremy Fowler any grief about that. We're excited. You got Cooper Kupp here. He and JSN, I think, should make a decent combo, although we'll have to figure out what it looks like for the two of them to be together in the same offense when they play somewhat similar positions. But I think, Marquez Valdez-Scanling's a good complement to that. More than anything, it does allow them to do whatever they want in the draft. If you want a wide receiver, you can draft one. If you don't want a wide receiver, I think that's fine too. It sort of opens it up where you don't have to do anything. You could start the year with the current group, but if you wanted and liked somebody that you see in the second, third, fourth rounds, whatever, then yeah, you're in a good spot to draft one as well. Team also signed free agent corner Shamar Jean-Charles, who had been with Green Bay, San Francisco, and New Orleans. And they'll today bring in free agent guard Tevin Jenkins. Had been with the Bears, but was made expendable with the moves that the Bears already made this offseason. So maybe finally we'll get to see them sign an offensive lineman. Remember, John Schneider said this last Thursday about the position.
When you hit the panic button and pay good money for average to marginal play, that's where you really get in trouble. And then you're not able to fix your team, the rest of the way. But yes, the young guys, people are, our coaches are excited about them. And look, we're going to keep working this with some of these veteran guys because we'd like to have a veteran in that room. But it's not, sometimes you can't just make stuff up.
No, you can't. But other teams are improving along the offensive line, and the Seahawks, of course, need to do so.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Not a lot of mystery around this for quite some time, but Logan Gilbert will indeed get the ball on opening day for the Mariners when they face the A's next Thursday night. We're only 10 days away. I think everyone handled this very well, up to and including Luis Castillo, who was unseated as the starter, but seemed to be incredibly happy for his teammate. Read a bunch of his quotes. No doubt Logan has earned this honor, and he is, of course, excited about it.
I think back to high school and college, and it's like, it felt like a holiday on opening day. It's the first game of the year. All the best pitchers are out there. So to me, and I'm an extreme baseball fan, so it's probably different, but I felt like the world stopped for that day, and everybody just had their TV on and watched the best pitchers in the game go at it. So it feels like a holiday. It always has for me, and I'm sure it will again this year.
Yeah, I like that idea, and I think he's right about that. Did you get to go to opening day as a kid? I never did. My parents were not big into the, hey, it's opening day, it's a holiday thing.
We would go, yeah.
Really? Dan, I'm jealous. I would never get, I would have loved to have done that as a kid, but, and I'm also, I'm excited, obviously, for opening day this year. Why is it at night? Why is it opening night?
It's always at night.
No, it isn't.
A lot of the years it's at night.
No, it's usually during the day. It's opening day. Opening day. Should be a day game.
But not for the Mariners on the West Coast.
Why not?
They usually start at night. I don't know what to tell you. Ask Major League Baseball.
I've seen a bunch of Mariners opening days here. Maybe the home opener is at night. But like opening day, the first day of the season, I think should be during the day. Anyway, good to see Matt Brash throw a live bullpen this weekend. George Kirby sounds like is making progress as well. On the field, fun to watch the spring training breakout game. The spring breakout on Friday. Lots of cool moments. Ty Pete went 3 for 3 with a home run. You guys want to hear his home run? Here's what Ty Pete did in that game.
Here comes the pitch to Ty Pete.
Wow.
Swung on a rocket to right field. It is hammered on its way.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Yes, sir, Ty.
Ty Pete with a blast. No doubter over the right field wall. The Mariners take a couple back.
Yeah, all right. Was that in the middle of an interview with somebody on the field? That's what it sounded like. I love when that happens. Ty Pete, and good for him. He's a prospect that's lost a little bit of his luster, and so to see him go 3 for 3, hit a home run in a moment like that, that's pretty cool. Jurangelo Saincha, though, was really the story from this game. Throwing, touching 99 from the right side. He got the Guardians' top prospect from both the left and the right side during the game. That's pretty darn cool. And just in case you're wondering, Bryce Miller did go a tidy 5 innings yesterday, allowing just 1 run. He is getting himself ready for the start of the season.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken win Friday. Had a nice 2-0 lead early last night. I was there against the Jets, and then they blew it, mostly thanks to Riker Evans, who didn't seem to want to play any defense, and they ultimately lost in overtime. Players' Championship going on right now. We've got a playoff, and Rory is in pretty good shape. He birdies the 16th hole while JJ Spawn pars, and Rory is safely on the green in pretty good shape at 17 on the Island Green. So we'll see what JJ does there. Oregon, Liberty, Akron, Arizona, Maryland, Grand Canyon, Memphis, Colorado State. Those are the 4 matchups that will take place here at Climate Pledge Arena in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Husky women get an 11 seed. They will play a play-in game against Columbia. So they're both 11 seeds. We'll see who gets in. And I'm sure we'll be talking about this over the next few weeks. Tough draw for the Oklahoma State Cowgirls. Brock will have more on this, but they get a number 7. Had been hoping for a number 6. They will head to Storrs, Connecticut to play South Dakota State, not San Diego State. South Dakota State. I wrote down SD State, probably a mistake. And they will, if they win, play UConn, Paige Beckers. So how about that? That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. And yes, that's Brock's daughter's Macy's team. I think I mentioned that before, but just in case you don't know why we're talking about Oklahoma State, that's where Brock's daughter goes to school. So, all right, let's see. JJ Spawn's in the water, so this thing is pretty much over. Congrats to Rory McIlroy, as it will take a miracle for JJ Spawn now to come back and win the Players. Tough. That's what happens when you get one of the top guys in the world, number 2 total, number 2 in the world rankings, against number 57 and a guy who has just 1 win in his professional career. Good for him. He's going to make a couple $1 million, but not the 4.5 that Rory's going to take home for winning the Players in a few minutes. Okay, I mentioned how great Sam Darnold was on Friday. He's QB1, and you got to get to know him. You got to hear about his journey and what he's learned. Brock asked him one of the better questions I can remember here in an interview, and it led to a phenomenal answer. Stick around. It's next on Brock and Salk.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
Relief from hip and back pain can be a reality when you work with the experts on a mobility and flexibility routine. That's why StretchLab was founded. Pro athletes and sports fans alike love StretchLab for our customized one-on-one assisted stretch sessions. Discover the difference a good stretch can make, because when your body moves better, you feel better and live better. Visit your local StretchLab today or go to stretchlab.com and use code FAN10 to get up to 50% off your first 50-minute stretch. Plus, receive an additional $10 off.
Welcome to NFL Flag. In this game, there's a position for everyone. No matter who you are.
Let's go! Show what you got!
Lace up your cleats, smear on your eye black, step out on the field, and start having fun. This is flag football, and this game is our game.
This game!
Visit NFL.com to find a league and get playing today.
1, 2, 3, let's play!
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab for all the details. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. This contest runs through March 21st. Seattle Sports, home of the Mariners, and your home for opening day.
Play ball! The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, and we'll get right to it. QB1 on the phone with us right now. Sam Darnold, new quarterback for your Seattle Seahawks. Good morning, Sam. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing good. How you doing?
Well, I was just told new nickname, Wild Ginger. Is that is that what we're supposed to call you after yesterday?
Hey, you guys can call me whatever you'd like. I'm just happy to be in Seattle,
man. That poor Judy Bautista. It felt like she was trying to be nice. Next thing you know,
poor Judy. Great advertising for the restaurant. Are you kidding me?
And then you got caught up in the crossfire of all that.
Oh, no, it's great. It's great for everyone. Hopefully maybe a little deal comes out of it. Get some free food from Wild Ginger. So,
there you go. Tell you what, it's actually pretty good. It's a pretty good place. Yes. I think you'll like it. And yeah, it seems like everyone here is excited. I've got people clamoring in the other room for me to ask you about the flannel choice yesterday. Is that one of many flannels in your wardrobe? Or was that like, hey, I know I'm going to the Northwest. Let's pull out the one flannel I have, and that'll kind of endear me?
No, it was a mutual decision from me and my girlfriend, and she makes a lot of the wardrobe decisions in my life.
Smart.
And I'm totally okay with that. And I also thought it would fit in with kind of the grunge kind of rock bands that have come out of Seattle. So I thought it kind of fit that mold a little bit as well.
You know your music like you know your movies?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I know, obviously, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, very familiar with those bands, and obviously very famous Washington, Seattle bands, if I'm not mistaken. I think you guys can correct me if I'm wrong there, but...
No, I think you got it right. Yeah, no,
Aberdeen. If we're going to be specific about Nirvana, that's
Kurt's from Aberdeen. Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay,
but that's close. I mean, geez, they're a Seattle band, Brock. I mean, don't make this guy feel
Soundgarden, Stone Temple Pilots, Queensryche.
Stone Temple Pilots not from here, but thank you.
Sorry,
you almost had it, Brock. You almost did it.
Hey, as you laid your head on the pillow last night, Sam, and you wake up this morning, the whole car wash of everything yesterday, the media, the people, the organization, new teammates, and everything, what was your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, I think, like you said, just meeting everybody, I think the biggest takeaway is, everything that people say around the league about Seattle as a place, as an organization, it's all true, man. Just feeling so welcome, the second that I walked in the building. Obviously, I feel like the same goes for, D-Law and Josh, the other free agent signings that were there yesterday. We all felt so welcomed from the coaching staff, all the way to the people that we work with on a day-to-day basis in the cafeteria, the equipment staff, all those guys. So it was really just such a great day just to be able to meet all those people. Not sure if I got all the names down quite yet, but that'll come with time. And man, I'm just so excited to call myself a Seahawk and just make that home for, hopefully years to come.
When you say that people around the league say that, who do you talk to when you're starting to make a decision like this, and it's a big one? Who is in your council? Who do you speak to?
Yeah, I think, I was just kind of speaking, generally just around the league, whether it's coaches, former coaches that have coached in Seattle that I've worked with in the past, former players that have played in Seattle, guys that are still in the league and guys that have retired now. Just everyone speaks so highly of the organization from top to bottom, whether it's, like I just mentioned, just coming in every single day and grinding with your teammates and that kind of every day to day, it can get a little mundane, coming in, Monday through, Saturday, you have the same routine leading up to Sunday. And, it's when you have good people around you and in a great organization, it makes it that much more interesting and that much more fun. And, and they speak very highly of the life, that you can live in Seattle, beautiful place in the summer. And, I'm really looking forward to also just playing games at Lumen Field. I've had a, few experiences playing in Lumen and, I've enjoyed every single one that I've played and, those fans are electric, to say the least. And I'm just excited to get this thing rolling, man.
I want to get to some of those experiences, Sam. I apologize if you went through some of this yesterday, but I am curious if you wouldn't mind walking Salky and I and our audience kind of through this process for you, that season ends and everything unfolds and you go into free agency. Tom Pelissaro was on with us yesterday, Minnesota guy that I know that you know well. Yep. Tom said this to us as we chatted with him yesterday.
But I think it was telling, even with a rookie first-round pick in J.J. McCarthy, they still made Sam Darnold an offer. It was a one-year offer. It was not at the numbers that the Seahawks were offering on a multi-year deal, but they did try to retain Sam Darnold.
So, Sam, can you kind of walk us through the process of the last couple weeks or all of free agency and the franchise tag and everything else and how we kind of sit here today with you in Seattle?
Yeah, I think, right after the season, I was eager to, potentially get something done with Minnesota. Obviously, having the year that we had, I was, fell in love with, kind of that place and my teammates and my coaches, as you guys can understand. And, but, when it became clear that, it wasn't necessarily the multi-year deal that I was seeking, it became clear that I needed to start looking elsewhere. And, right when the Geno trade kind of went down, I knew that, Seattle was a potential landing spot. And, it was really as simple as that. There were, a couple other teams, as you guys know, as free agency kind of shakes itself out. There were a couple other teams, but like I said, man, after the Geno trade and I found out about that, I was very, just very interested in Seattle, and they kind of skyrocketed to the top of my list. And, I'm just, like I keep mentioning, man, it's just a very, very exciting time for me. And I'm just, just very, very eager to get in the building and get to know everybody.
So I'm a little curious on that because, all the great things about the organization, I think they're all true. I mean, I think everything you've heard are things that would be echoed by fans, by people in the media, by folks here. It's an organization that does it the right way. But from a quarterback perspective, I mean, you're coming in, especially at the time you signed, they had just traded DK, so one of the top two receivers and Tyler Lockett, so two of the top three had just left. The offensive line had its struggles last year. What made it from just not beyond the organization, what made it appealing to you to want to come and step into this roster and this offense?
Yeah, I think there's still some really, really good young talent that we had, especially with Jax and, some of the other guys at the skill position. We got a couple really good running backs as well that can do some fun stuff, whether it's, obviously running the football, but out of the backfield as well, catching the football. So that excites me as well. And just being able to work with Clint Kubiak, man. I'm sure you guys have, done your homework there, but it's, he's an incredible football mind. He's obviously been around the game forever, with his dad coaching in the league as long as he did. And I'm just very excited, about this opportunity to be able to, work with, all these players that we have, this coaching staff that, Clint has obviously retained in Seattle, and the guys that he's also brought in. So, there's so much exciting things happening. I think, it goes without mentioning, but the defense as well. Coach McDonald and all the things that they're doing on defense with all the, talent that we have over there. As you know, Brock, a defense can be a quarterback's best friend sometimes. And, that was just a very, all those factors. I mean, I looked at everything, and all those factors kind of, led me to the decision that I made. And I'm so happy and thankful, where I landed.
So I think people always love the human element of it, right? We watch you as football players and kind of evaluate all of that, but it's always the stuff behind the scenes. It's a lot of fun. I'm just kind of curious, did you hear of the Geno trade before the rest of us? I think that was on a Friday?
Friday at like 3 o'clock?
4 o'clock on that Friday. And kind of shocking, I think, to a lot of the audience. Did you have inklings that could happen? Did you hear that Friday night? And then how quickly, once you hear that news, are you and your agent kind of working to, hey, man, let's find a way to get this done?
Yeah, it's interesting, man. I feel like a lot of these, this free agent stuff and all these trades that happen around this time, like, I feel like we kind of find out with everyone else, which can be, sometimes a little stressful for us. But at the same time, man, I have such great people that work for me. My agency, they do a great job, and they do their homework in terms of talking to people and, figuring everything out from that perspective. So, it's nice that, I don't have to, worry as much. Don't get me wrong. It was definitely stressful, just the whole free agency thing, and trying to find a good spot can be stressful at times. But I have so much trust in my guys, and I was just, to be honest, I kind of found out with the rest of the world, Brock, and that was a pretty interesting time. But like I said, right when I found out, I was just very interested in the potential to landing in Seattle.
You mentioned Clint Kubiak and us doing our research. We've done a lot of it. We've tried to talk to nearly everybody who knows him. We talked to his dad. I mean, we've gone as deep as we can, but he's new to us too. I mean, this is something new for us. We haven't watched his system in action yet. What is it about him and this system and this scheme that either you like or you think fits your game? How does this work? Why Clint Kubiak?
Yeah, I think just my time in San Francisco, I kind of I got to be around Clint for a lot, for quite a bit, especially learning the system, and got to hear a little bit of his philosophy and what he thinks. And, it all starts, as you guys know, in that system, it starts with running the football. And we're going to shift, we're going to motion, we're going to do a bunch of things to try to create chaos on the other side of the football, but also keeping it simple for us as an offense. And then off of that run game, you're going to have keepers, you're going to have play action at the forefront of that, and we're going to be able to drop back and throw it with the best of them when we need to. So, there's so much that I love about this offense, but I think one of the main things that I love is that I've had experience in it, and that was also a huge factor in me deciding to come here.
So I assume you know the terminology already. You don't have to learn all new terminology and play calls and all that.
I know a little bit of it. I know most of it, to be honest. But he did change some things going to New Orleans, and but I'm gonna start from scratch. I can't go in thinking that I know everything, right? I think that's when we all get caught with our tail between our legs. So I'm just going in with an eager mind and just ready to learn as much as I can.
Sam, he's trying to bait you.
Yeah, I'm just baiting you.
Sam, he's trying to bait you.
Yeah.
Okay, I've worked with this guy for 16 years. He's trying to bait you. I know what he's doing here.
Brock has his favorite play call from his West Coast system.
Red right, tie close, C left, sprint left, U corner, halfback, flat.
Right.
Stupid
he loves
thing
that one. He says it all the time, just to show off, humble brag, everything he can still remember after all these years.
Every former quarterback has their favorite play.
So what's yours?
The longest play they've ever called.
All right, let's hear it. Well, what's your favorite? What's the longest?
I'm just a trips right, I'll go special kind of guy. You know what I mean? And Don't even need to put a protection on there. We'll just let the O-line figure it out.
Wow. A son of a plumber right there, Brock. Keeps it simple, obviously, right? I mean, just no reason to overcomplicate it. You're the son of a teacher. I get it. You got to overcomplicate things.
Sure, thanks.
Son of a plumber just keeps it very simple.
I got a better exercise for you, Sam, and one I'm not baiting you on anything, but I am really curious. You've been a few different spots, right? And I think everywhere you go, every different system, coach, and everything, good, bad, ugly, you take something from them. If you wouldn't mind, could you just kind of go through from USC to the Jets to Carolina to San Fran to Minnesota? What is something as we chat with you today, something from each of those places that you take with you? And we'll start with SC.
Yeah, I think USC, the whole experience, right? It was kind of my first time in the limelight, and just learning how to deal with, guys like you, whether, good or bad. The media can be tough sometimes, especially as a young kid coming from high school where you're not getting as much coverage as some of those, top, more like 5-star type guys. So I was, thrown into the fire a little bit there, and I feel like I learned a lot from that, and obviously learned a ton in, football-wise, but we don't need to get into that. And then New York, again, just continuing to learn from, whether I had a good game or whether I had a bad game, just being able to be level-headed through it all. I think I learned a ton about myself during that time. And
that's
then,
where the media
Carolina,
really got easy, right? Once you got to New York, the media is really easy there, from what I understand.
Yeah, no, it was a breeze, man. I had no issues with the media there. They were all great. No, but then, Carolina, I think, and I say this a lot, but my time with Baker, them signing Baker and, deciding, okay, Sam, you're going to be the backup, and then just being able to sit back and watch. And that was really the first time I got to, since, I don't think I've ever, been a backup before that, except for my, true freshman year at USC when I was redshirting. So just to be able to sit back and watch, and I really understood that, there's no need to put more pressure on yourself as a quarterback. There's 10 other guys out there with you, and everyone's got to do their job for the quarterback to be successful. And I feel like I learned a lot about that when I was in Carolina, especially backing up Bake, and was able to learn from that and actually played pretty well. I think we went 4-2 those last 6 games in Carolina with a chance, in that division to make a run at the playoffs, and didn't quite make it, but I learned a lot about myself. And then obviously in San Francisco, I learned so much. I can't tell you about all the things that I learned, but I said this yesterday, just watching Brock's process and how he, was able to, go about his week and study, and just the way that he kind of, if something wasn't there right away, in a play, he was able to get it to his check down really fast. And he was just able to play really fast. And I just always, I always admired that about Brock, and I learned a ton from him that way. And then that kind of, that year of just sitting behind Brock and then sitting behind Baker for that year before, that really led me, I felt like, to Minnesota and being able to play patient, consistent football on a daily basis. And I feel like that kind of, and just the coaching that I had in Minnesota too, with KO, with Josh McCown, Wes Phillips, Grant Udinsky, just all those guys that were there in Minnesota, helping us as quarterbacks. I was able to see the game from such an interesting lens. But also it was because of those experiences that I just talked about, and it's all kind of led me to this point in Seattle. It's funny, talking about my journey, as quarterbacks and as people, I feel like we don't get time to really sit back and talk about our journey. But even talking about it, with you guys, I feel like I'm learning just something about, myself as I talk through it. So, I think it's awesome to be able to, talk about our journeys, and because, there's nothing quite like, as you know, Brock, the life of an NFL quarterback.
Well, I wonder,
especially, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I wonder about being, I'm sorry. I thought he was done. Oh my gosh.
Let's get emotional.
I know.
Jeez,
well, I'll try to make him cry.
Yeah,
Give me a minute. Let me see if I can make him cry. So you're the number three. You're the no kidding. You're the number 3 overall pick, and then it strikes me as you talk about someone like Brock Purdy, right, Mr. Irrelevant, and is there an element of for a guy like that to be able to just come out and play free? That he's got nothing to lose. There's no real expectations heaped on him. He's just going out there and he can kind of do whatever because he's not even really supposed to be there versus all of the expectations of being, a top 5 pick in New York City to turn around the Jets and everything that's sort of heaped on you. How challenge or how much have you learned about dealing with expectations?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, and I've just being a young player in New York too, like I felt like I put a lot of pressure on myself, like you just mentioned, but not for any other reasons than I just wanted to be successful. And I think for me, like being at USC, like I could run around and make plays. And I think I thought that, my first few years with the Jets, I thought that I could just run around and make plays, but the NFL is a little different that way, right? You have some different dudes chasing you around, and you're not always going to be able to make those plays. And like I kind of mentioned with, my time in San Francisco and even watching Bake, like, first and second down, just being able to find a way out and, even if everyone's covered, like just dirting it at your checkdown's feet, like sometimes that's the best play. And not always trying to scramble around, make a play and feeling like you got to, if it's first down, you got to get the next first down on that play. It's, I think just being situationally aware has helped me a ton. Obviously it helped me a ton last year with my mindset, and I feel like we'll just continue to, help me in the future.
You have any relationship with Cooper Kupp? You ever cross paths with him anywhere along the lines? Any way?
Yeah. I talked to Cooper, last year, I think before the game, before we played them, and then, a few years before that. But, that's about the extent of the relationship. But, I'm excited to kind of see what he, what he wants to do. So it'll be interesting. I'll be right there with you guys finding out on Twitter. That'll be great.
That was funny. Hey, last thing, and just because you mentioned playing with a good defense and Mike McDonald obviously coming from the defensive side of the ball, what is it, what is appealing about playing for a defensive-minded head coach as opposed to one who comes up through the offensive side of things?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, it makes practice pretty interesting. If there's like a batted ball or if a, defensive lineman gets pretty close to the quarterback, I don't think anything's going to be said. So that makes practice pretty interesting, and that'll be fun. But no, I think it in all honesty and in all seriousness, like playing for a defensive coach is great. You get a guy who really cares about, the right things. And you care about kind of the turnover battle. You're managing the game, that way and through the lens of, okay, we're going to stop them on defense. Like, so I love it, man. I love, and being able to spend time with Coach. Yesterday it was awesome, man. Just getting to know him and getting to know his kind of philosophy on not only football, but just kind of where we're headed as a team and culture and all those things. Like I feel like he's the perfect coach to be able to, lead us to some wins. And man, I'm just pumped to get this thing going.
You think, last thing for me here, Sam, you think you'll get anything done with Schneider? Like, do you really think you two can work together? Because I was reading your girlfriend's tweet, maybe this was your last birthday, where she said she loves your goofy personality and, quote, your ability to, quote, any movie line. John Schneider is like that. That's his baby. Like, don't mess with him and movie lines. Like, do you think, A, you can go toe-to-toe with him, and B, any work done between you two?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll have to, figure that one out when I get to know him a little bit more. But I'm not going to come in, hot out of the gates and say that I can quote movies better than him. But
just be careful.
I'm pretty solid, and they got to come natural too. I'm not just going to sit here and quote movies for you, Brock. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm not asking.
He's not a puppet,
no,
man. He's not a monkey. You don't just tell him to
for
dance.
Your favorite play call or to do that. I'm just saying, be careful.
Yeah. I'm not your puppet here, Brock. Come on now.
Heard you're a big golfer, though. Excited to play some Northwest golf?
I am.
Have you played Chambers
I'm very
yet?
Excited. I have not. No, I haven't played any golf up here, so I'm excited.
Well, I know you got a lot of work to do, and you got a new playbook to learn and all that, but Chambers pretty awesome. There's some pretty good golf courses around here.
I know Brock's pretty dialed into the area, so I don't know.
I know
Brock,
some
maybe you
people,
can get me
Sam.
on.
Yeah. Get more of your number, and I'll hit you up with some spots.
All right, there we go. A connection is made.
There we go.
Sam, we really appreciate it. Thanks for taking some extended time with us this morning. It's great to get to know you really for the first time, and all the glowing compliments we heard from people in Minnesota certainly show up in a first conversation. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thanks for putting up with us, and we'll talk again soon. Good luck.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
All right, there you go. That was Sam Darnold, and hopefully you enjoyed getting to know him a little bit. I certainly did, and has me a little bit more excited for this upcoming season. The offseason has been, well, a lot of things, but more than anything, I think there's one word that sums it up perfectly. That and a whole lot more as Brock joins us next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Veteran wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling is signing with the Seahawks on a one-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. What do you make of this one?
No, I like it. I'm not mad at this. People are going to be underwhelmed, but this is the type of receiver that you need. 6'4", 206 pounds. You have a big outside receiver that can hold safeties responsible, and I guarantee you they're going to grab a receiver in the draft.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Kind of a drama-free start to the morning as Rory McIlroy cruises to victory. That was sad. Poor JJ. Looks like Boy Howdy out there. Doesn't he? JJ Spawn. I've always thought that he reminds me of Boy Howdy, but watching him out there,
yes,
yeah, he blew up this morning. I don't think he left three wedges out there like Howdy once did when we played Druids, and he left three wedges around the course.
Howdy broke a bone in his wrist during that round. Remember, he hit a root like on the first hole, and he's like, I broke my wrist.
He left three wedges in one round. I've never seen that happen. He left three clubs.
So much pain. Salky was in so much pain.
It was a pain issue. Yeah.
Yes.
Pain management.
He couldn't remember anything.
I don't know what JJ's excuse was this morning, but he didn't play very well. Rory ends up cruising to victory. Brock, Cooper Kupp signs, and so that was exciting on Friday. Well, long after our show was off the air. It has really been a bizarre offseason for the Seahawks. I think one word will ultimately stand out for me, but I found myself just kind of last night taking stock of everything they've done so far and 3 or 4 sort of big picture takeaways from it. One, they're going to look like a different team.
Yep.
Maybe they didn't plan to, and this was, again, the question I asked about a million times on Friday, like, is this just this whole thing is plan B because plan A was to kind of do what the Bengals did and try to sign everybody? But good. I mean, like, I'm glad they're on plan B instead of plan A. Secondly, I think that right now today, if nothing else happened, if this is the exact team, no draft pick, no nothing, if they go into the season and if it started tomorrow, would they be better than they were last year? I think they would be. Not by a lot, but I think they would be marginally better than they were a year ago. I'm just looking at it and saying the offensive line is essentially the same, right? The defense is better, I think. I think they've upgraded the defense. And the quarterback wide receiver swap is kind of the same to, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe I'm undervaluing Geno and DK, but Tyler was not the same player. And I feel like if they were to start the season now, there wouldn't be that much difference. They'd be a little bit better than they were a year ago, and you still have the draft.
Yeah, I think that's probably undervaluing DK and Geno a little bit. Right, as we went through that exercise with Sam and Geno and just in the same reason. that they first approached Geno, that they went into it as that kind of being plan A, and then they had to pivot to plan A1 with a Sam Darnold, and then DK still a pretty elite at what he does. Like his skill set maybe not as varied, as balanced, as developed in some areas as obviously a T. Higgins or a Jamar Chase or those guys. But what he did an extremely high level, elite level, star power level. So and then, you also, Laken Tomlinson, for what he was a serviceable NFL veteran left guard.
I mean, barely.
Yep.
Barely. So, I mean, ultimately that leads you to the next part of this conversation, which is, dude, what the heck? Like, I got some longer, a lot more time built in to discuss this at 7:30.
Uh-huh.
I really am ultimately pretty happy with how they've done Plan B, but are you just gonna not do much on the whole wide receiver, or on the whole offensive line thing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you really just gonna get caught up in these skill positions and not deal with the offensive line again?
Well, I think
I just don't get it.
I think what this market is telling me, and many that put together their top 100 free agents list, that just because guys had played, and it was a Baskin Robbins, I remember one of the stories written from our Blue 88 question about this offseason and how excited I was, because this offensive line group and offensive guard group in particular in free agency was loaded with guys that we hadn't really seen in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what the market has said to me is like, bro, wrong neighborhood. All right, like, be easy there. This isn't Laurelhurst. This isn't Medina. This isn't, this is a little bit more on the outskirts based on what the market paid. A 1 year here, a retirement there, 2 years for Becton here. I mean, just very little money other than Will Fries.
I appreciate the real estate analogy. I would like for the Seahawks to not be homeless on the offensive line.
Then you want them to sign Tevin Jenkins, who's in town today?
I guess, even though he's like the 8th best option. I mean, like, ultimately, I wanted them to sign the best. I want them to make a significant investment in the position that is as important as offensive line is.
Well, I don't think he's going to be the quote-unquote 8th best. I think the money that he's going to get is going to be very different than the 1 year deals that a bunch of these other guys got. And Will Fries, I don't know. I mean, you can, and it's easy to criticize, and we've talked about this. They don't get the benefit of the doubt because there's been a decade. You just don't get the benefit of the doubt.
No.
But, I kind of would want to give a guy a physical before I gave him $50, $60 million.
I totally understand that, except that, unfortunately, I'd like to be able to not have to waive inspection, but when the market is on fire, you have to waive inspection sometimes, like I did when I bought my house 10 years ago.
Okay.
Like, sometimes you got to do that, Brock. You want a house or not?
And Roger Reese is out there like, no, you don't ever
I
do
know.
that. Don't you ever do that.
Sometimes you got to waive contingencies, mortgage contingency, inspection contingency. You can talk to Curran all about that. Look, I bought my house about 10, almost 11 years ago, whatever it was.
No inspection.
And in I think we did an inspection, but we waived it because that was the market.
Right.
There were like 19 offers on the house.
So
you want the house or not?
So Salk, if the foundation was crumbling, you were going to be out a couple hundo.
Not quite, but we would have been out something because of the earnest money or whatever. Like, we would have had to walk away from it because that was the market. There were 13 freaking people who wanted the house. They'd all put bids on it. So do you want the house or not? And unfortunately for John, anyway, we'll dig more into that at about 7:30. Ultimately, here's the upshot of all of this, and this is what I think is the best news. They can go into this draft really, really, really free and easy.
Yes.
I think they have a very flexible future now in front of them. And flexibility was the word I was going to use to describe them.
Yeah, that is the word that kept bouncing. Molly asked me kind of last night, and I think Friday night with the Cooper Kupp signing, like, what are the Seahawks doing? Just kind of her, from afar,
right?
Just kind of a global picture. We're so nitty gritty and all these fun details of all of it, but like, what are they doing? And I think ultimately, they're just giving them a shot. Like they're giving themselves a shot to surround, I think, a young core defensively to just really build this team up again. Kind of, frankly, like the Colorado Avalanche did a little bit with Mikko Rantanen. I don't know if you followed any of this story. Really good player, star power player, but they were like, we got, a couple other guys that are obviously better, and Makar and McKinnon that we believe in. and we got to make this move. We could sign him back. He wants to be here. We can sign him back. We're going to be good. Are we ever going to be great?
Mm-hmm.
And they move him early to Carolina. They get players. Carolina eventually moves him because he's going to sign. He signed in Dallas the extension he was looking to get in Colorado, and Colorado added, and they added, and they added.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the Seahawks, in moving from Geno and DK, have kind of done the same thing. They could have kept that floor right where it was, right? They could have kept that thing with Geno and DK and kept that floor at 8 or 9 wins. Just not doing it. And the contracts to Cooper Kupp and to Sam Darnold and all these contracts say the same thing. It's not like these are mega deals, 5 years. Nope. We're going to give this kind of young core a chance, like we gave with Richard and Bobby and Cam and those guys, to show that, if surrounded by other studs, that this defense can be truly elite, and then we will figure out the rest.
They don't need, there's no other than this offensive line thing, and we'll figure out what happens, whether it's Tevin Jenkins or Garrett Bradbury or both of those guys or whatever. But other than that specific need, they're kind of like open and free to do whatever they want to during the draft.
Yes,
if they like Jackson Dart at 18 or somewhere else, great. You can get a quarterback, and you got a 1-year deal with Sam Darnold that you can move on from if you love that guy after a year.
Yes.
If you love offensive linemen, obviously you're going to need at least one, if not two. But if you love defensive linemen, defensive ends, wide receivers, like you can go do almost safety corner, like whatever it is you think you want to do. You're kind of free and flexible enough to be able to go do it. So that, to me, is the best thing the Seahawks have done.
I feel like we need a ranking of like free or easy or speak, like that draft board can just speak. You ever rank any of those things?
I'm sure we ranked all
Free,
of those
easy, or
things.
speak?
I'm sure we ranked all of them, but we don't have time for that today. Lyle watched Terminator 2 over the weekend.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
so we're going to get a little movie review at 9:45. First, we'll give you everything you need to know, including Brock's proclamation coming true. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Cooper Kupp, does the fit make sense?
Yeah, it does. He still runs good routes. He's never been a burner, so his game kind of ages like fine wine, the same way I described Devontae Adams. He can catch the football. He is smart. He is savvy. He's great in the red zone. He's still got some quicks to his game. You and JSN, you're coming home. The offense is just like it was over there with Sean McVay and them. Why wouldn't you want to go home?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Getting a new battery should be easy. At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't go in with a battery problem and come out with a new transmission. Instead, we can test your battery to see if it's actually the problem. Maybe it's the alternator. We don't sell alternators, so we have no motivation to sell you one or even a new transmission. We have load testers and conductance testers, hydrometers and voltmeters whenever needed. I'm Steve Almond, and I invite you to our family-owned Pacific Power Batteries. You can trust us with any battery problem, and we'll top off the blinker fluid for free.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, welcome home to Cooper Kupp, Brock. 31-year-old wideout signing late Friday. A 3-year deal reportedly worth up to $45 million. Still kind of waiting on the guaranteed money to figure it out what this looks like. My guess is similar to what we found out about Sam Darnold. It'll be really 1 year and then some level of, ability to get out of it after that. Jeremy Fowler said this on SportsCenter afterwards.
Well, say the Seahawks really recruited Cooper Kupp hard this week. They put the full court press on him. They showed him how he can start his next NFL chapter and be great with their offense, how he can blend in with Jackson Smith and Jigba. He talked with the coaches this week. So Denver was involved loosely, the New Orleans Saints a little bit, the Cowboys checked in. But Seattle, I'm told, was really the most aggressive, and they had a competitive contract. So they're going to pair Kupp with Sam Darnold, and he's a Southern Washington kid. So going home, he had the local flair that the Seahawks could play off of.
Did he say a Southern Washington kid?
I know the same thing jumped out to me earlier. I was like, what is Southern Washington?
What is Southern Washington? Southern Washington would be Washtenaw. What would be a Southern Washington? Salmon? What's that little town?
I would think like even...
White Salmon? That's a Southern. I think Eastern.
Central?
Well, places like Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah, that'd be Southern Washington.
Centralia? Would you consider Centralia Southern Washington?
Definitely.
That's what I would think. Like that's what I think of as Southern Washington.
I don't think I've ever heard. I think Mr. Fowler meant Eastern Washington.
I think he did
as he played out.
I mean, that's not his job. I mean,
no,
I don't
it's
expect
fine.
him to know any of that. Jeez.
Southern Washington.
The real question is this guy going to be a fit?
Right.
Is he? He's a great route runner. He's an elite blocker. Tremendous hands. if he's healthy, is he a great fit?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine, and I think that's why a wide receiver will absolutely be drafted and likely in the first 5 picks, because it's hard to picture that he's going to play 17 games for you. You know, you're going to have to kind of, I think, nurse him along, a body that's been beat up the last couple years, not been able to reach that threshold since, 2021, playing every single game. But when he does play, I think his skill set of blocking, his ability, as Matt Hasselbeck said, in the system to run the entire route tree and be a guy on third down. You know, those 3rd and 5s, 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8. We know it. Played against him for years down there in L.A. He was a nuisance to deal with, and I think that is still very much in his bag.
Yeah, all true. Meanwhile, the team signed free agent corner Shamar Jean-Charles. He had been with Green Bay, San Francisco, and New Orleans. Kind of a depth cornerback. Also bringing in free agent guard Tevin Jenkins today for a visit. Had been with the Bears, was made expendable with the move Chicago's already made this offseason, so we'll see if Tevin Jenkins ends up coming here to play guard. He was originally a left tackle, right, and didn't really work out there, moved inside to guard, and has been a lot better there than where he was originally drafted.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Correctly reading the tea leaves, Logan Gilbert will get the ball on opening day for the Mariners as they face the A's next Thursday night, just 10 days away. I think one of the question marks here was, all right, look, Logan's the best pitcher in the team right now. What happens, though? How does Luis Castillo take that? He apparently took it very well, according to the quotes I read. And here's what Logan said about the guy who started the last couple of opening days.
Gosh, I can't say enough about Louis, who he is as a person, the way he handled that situation, everything, because I never want to step on toes. You don't know how it's going to be received or whatever. And like I said, I think he's completely deserving. He was more excited for me than I was. I mean, he's that type of guy. Dan told me, and for 5 seconds probably, I don't think a word came out. I was just like taking it in. And Louis was like, say something. Like, super excited for me and, you know, giving me hugs and all this kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's just the kind of guy he is. It's behind closed doors. He's the exact same thing that you see.
So one thing that I kind of take out of that, Brock, is he told Logan in front of the team.
Yes.
I wonder, I'm going to guess he had told Luis privately first.
Oh, 1,000,000%.
Right? There's no way that Luis finds that out publicly.
No.
But he tells Logan in front of the team, and I think it's telling that the first person to speak is the guy I'm sure everybody was looking at in that moment, even if it wasn't like physically turning their head. Like, how's this guy going to take it? So and I think he sends a pretty strong message by speaking the way he did. That's pretty cool.
I've had some tough proclamations through the years. Some of them have been a little bit more riskier than others. This one, not. And
No,
same
not
thing
really.
same thing for Dan. Like, this was loud.
Yeah,
Whoa,
it's a loud
that will
proclamation.
wake you up on a Monday right there. I think same thing for Dan. He's going to have hard decisions to make, personnel-wise, managerial-wise. Like, this was not hard. A, Logan earned it. Everybody around there knew it. And B, Luis was going to be the best veteran teammate imaginable to hand that crown over to Logan.
You think Scott would have done this too?
That's a good question.
I think he would have.
I think those same things would still been true.
I think so. I don't know, but it's an interesting conversation. Well, maybe not even
easier
that
for Dan
interesting.
to do.
It was nice to see Matt Brash throwing a live bullpen this weekend. George Kirby making some progress to return soon.
Troy Taylor throwing a little bit.
The story of the weekend, though, was the spring breakout, and specifically Gerangelo Cinche.
Gerangelo Cinche will take over on the hill. The switch pitcher for the Mariners. He'll face Mazzana here, one of the top prospects in the game. The first pitch, bounding ball up the middle, glove there by the new shortstop Rodden. Throws to first in time to get the out. One pitch, one away.
So now he's going to switch, and he's going to, for those that are listening on radio as we're talking, that was a 92-mile-an-hour fastball left-handed, and now he's going to pitch to Ralphie Velasquez, who is left-handed, right-handed.
And he hit 98 from the right side and was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Very fun. So they're going to develop him as a right-handed starter, but he's going to throw one inning in between starts out of the bullpen lefty. That's the plan. Which is kind of what I was suggesting when we were down there, actually.
What was he up to, 98 right-handed?
He touched 99.
Touched 98. Touched 99.
Touched 99. Wow. Not bad.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Kraken win Friday night. Nice 2-0 lead last night. I was there, Brock, and then they blew it, mostly thanks to Riker Evans. Avery was wearing his jersey, and he decided just not to play defense a couple times. I know. So they lose an OT.
Is that Avery's
Yeah.
Recent crush?
Yeah. Yeah, she's a big Riker fan. Unfortunately, Riker's
Is he
not
cutie?
playing. Well, he's just not playing very well.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to speak to his cuteness. He didn't look cute in that game. Players' Championship, world number 2, Rory McIlroy, this morning ends up... well, he didn't even really win. It was more that J.J. Spawn lost in a playoff at the Players' Championship. Sorry, J.J.
You know what they say, right, Michael?
What do they say?
More playoff games are lost and matches are lost than they are actually won.
He hit a triple on 17, so that was...
Oh,
it's kind of the problem. And then let's see, here in Seattle, Oregon Liberty, Arizona Akron, Maryland Grand Canyon, and Memphis Colorado State. Those 4 games will be at Climate Pledge Arena. Husky women, Brock, an 11 seed play-in game against Columbia.
Good job. First time in 8 years for the Lady Dogs.
And the Pokes, Oklahoma State, number 7 seed in Storrs, Connecticut.
Yep.
Play South Dakota State.
The whole Heward family trekking to Storrs, Connecticut.
Wow. How about that?
I went there one time when I was at ESPN, and I was like, oh, this is where they filmed the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. That's funny.
There's really not a lot in Connecticut, is there?
Well, it depends where you are. I mean, southern
Salk's wife, for goodness sake, Lyle. It's where she came from. So taking a shot at the Nutmeg State.
There's not really much in Old Lyme either.
Well, they talk about Hartford as the big city. Hartford is a city.
No, Hartford is nothing. No, I mean, most of the people in Connecticut live down near New York. I mean, like the suburbs.
Fairfield. Is it Fairfield?
Yeah. Or like
Westport,
Westport, all that area down there.
Right.
Yeah, Connecticut's not great. Don't tell my wife I said that. The Nutmeg State, Brock.
Yeah, I know.
All right, coming up next, Brock, I'm confused. I need your help. Can you please help me understand why this is still a problem? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Just a bit of news surrounding the Seahawks right now. According to Adam Schefter, Cooper Kupp is signing with the Seattle Seahawks. No hard and fast numbers yet. Ian Rappaport speculating he's likely to make $15 million per year or more. And then Adam Schefter saying the Seahawks are giving Cooper Kupp a 3-year deal per source. So Cooper Kupp has come to the Seattle Seahawks.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all, and super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm going to do something in 30 minutes at 8 o'clock I don't know that we've ever done before. Baseball conversation I don't know that we've ever had before.
Yeah, I don't think so. I was trying to imagine. I know we had storylines. I know we had other stuff. I don't know.
I don't think we've ever done this. So stick around. 8 o'clock, we're going to try something new that we've not done before. Baseball conversation that's coming up at 8 o'clock, half hour from now. Brock, you got to help me.
Okay.
Because it's not just me. You got to help me and everybody else. What is the deal with the offensive line? What is going on?
Mm-hmm.
They know they need to get better, right? John has said he knows he needs to get better. He's even said he tried to get better. He knows that this is the thing that is most problematic. And we've had this conversation before. Strengthen your strengths, right? If you can. Try to get elite at the things you're already very good at.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry as much about your weaknesses unless they are a fatal flaw.
This is management 101, right?
This is, yes.
When it comes to your personnel
and just ask
everything.
G. I'm a tremendous manager and leader, so obviously this is something I know all about.
Yes.
No, seriously, this is the idea, is that you get better at the things, get elite at the things you're good at, and then don't worry as much about your weaknesses. Doesn't mean you don't want to improve them, but don't focus on them unless they're a fatal flaw. And clearly, over the last however many years, the offensive line has been a fatal flaw. It has to get fixed. It has to be better, especially for the type of team they say they want to build. There are only so many options, right? And they know, because we've seen it over and over again, we know anyway, that the bargain route just has not worked for this team on the offensive line. So what are they doing?
Okay, so before we kind of dig into this here and now, and, the Tevin Jenkins visit just even right now as he's over there today with the Seahawks and everything else, help me answer this. Like, talk me through this. We'll do this together, this exercise.
Good.
Because, as you said, it has been a fatal flaw for a number of years. Is that, and this feels very much like a Mariners young hitting conversation and hitters conversation. It really does. Now, the Mariners obviously have a very difficult ballpark, and the park factors speak to that, so it's not apples to apples. They're different. But it ultimately does come down to the same thing. Is this struggle because of the physical personnel you've had, or is this the struggle because of your development? Is this more on your front office and your coaches, or is this more on
easy answer to
the
that
personnel
question.
and the players?
Easiest question you've asked me in forever.
Wow.
One of the easiest questions you've ever asked me, bro.
Lyle and more, do you think is that easy?
Easy answer. The easy answer to that question is yes. It is on both of those things. There is no reason to have anybody saved from blame. No, there's no need. They've not been good at either of those things. They haven't been good at drafting and signing people, and they haven't been good at developing them.
I mean, Russell Okung and Charles Cross would kind of like beg to differ. They'd kind of say, no, we're pretty good players.
Those two guys are top 10 picks.
Correct.
Or whatever.
And that's the point. I think, honestly, as we dig into this, that's going to be the point. If you travel with me, Salk, this spring to some of the UFL games, I'm going to get the wonderful pleasure to do. You would look at these guys on the field with me and go, that looks like an NFL guy. That looks like an NFL guy. That's an NFL body. That guy looks like he could play in the NFL. And that would be a receiver, and that'd be a safety, and that might be a running back, and it might be a linebacker. And those guys, it might be even some edge rushers and interior defensive tackles. Like your eye would go, there's not that much that separates. And then you'd look at the O-linemen in the UFL, and you'd go, oh, good Lord. Now, one of these guys could play in the NFL. Like, it just, they're not, that supply chain is bone dry.
And yet, other teams seem to find them.
Not many, Salk.
No, but enough.
I mean, I think that's
don't care
easy.
how many. You need to be one of them.
I think that's very easy to say.
No, it isn't. You have to be one of them. It has nothing to do with being easy or not. If you want a team that is going to be good at the things you say you want to be good at, you have to bring in good players to do it.
Yep.
They have a few options left this offseason. There's a couple of guys that may be available, but even looking at them both, so Garrett Bradbury might be great. The Vikings apparently are going to cut him in all likelihood.
He's a good run blocker. There's no question about that. He's a wonderful communicator. From what I have heard from people, is it Sam Darnold?
He's so wonderful at those things. The Vikings decided to upgrade at center and go with Ryan Kelly.
Because he was limited in his pass protection.
All right. Well, Tevin, why didn't you go get Ryan Kelly? Tevin Jenkins is going to be here today, right?
Yes,
He's
he
here
is.
in Seattle to visit with the Seahawks. He might be a decent guard. He's been with the Bears. You know why he's available? Because the Bears thought they could do better with Joe Thuney.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you go get the guys who the other teams want?
The Seahawks thought they could do better than Damian Lewis last year, and they turned out pretty good for the Panthers.
And the C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans with a young, dynamic franchise quarterback who got sacked more than Geno, whose O-line was worse, ended up signing Laken Tomlinson. Like, you want Laken Tomlinson back?
No, I don't.
Right.
But I want a good player at those positions, not scrap heap leftovers.
I mean, I get where Salk's coming from because I can see where his mind's already going. It's going to be October. Sam Darnold's going to take 7 sacks, and we're going to be having the same conversation we've had a million times.
Why can't they get this running game going? What's the deal? They have a whole new offensive coordinator. Why aren't they able to run the ball? They've spent a couple of second-round picks on these pretty good running backs, and that. Geez, I don't know. I wonder what it could possibly be. Anybody got a guess? Anybody? Bueller? Anybody? Could it? Nah, it couldn't possibly be going discount on the offensive line again.
Here's the one thing. If I am Chuck Arnold and I am Burke Hold and I am Jody Allen, here's the one difference. Right? This is where you're not repeating the level of insanity, right? Whether it's personnel or development. This is one thing that is significantly different right now that John Schneider, I'm sure, and personnel department have presented and Mike McDonald maybe even demanded for. Like, this, what you've done is not good enough. So we need to do something different. And what we're doing different is we are throwing more developmental resources and personnel at this offensive line than's ever been done in the history of this franchise.
Idea. I totally agree with that. It's a great idea. And it should absolutely come with
by the way, these
resources
are
being spent on the roster at the same positions.
And by the way, this is not Brant Brown. This is not one outsider that's coming in with the same manager and the same hitting coach. This isn't one run game coordinator coming in. This is an entire overhaul of everything and putting a run game coordinator and a quarterback coach and an offensive coordinator and an O-line coach and a run game analyst who have all been together, who all speak the same language, who all know. It would be like taking, I don't know, the St. Louis Cardinals' entire pitching development and pitching coordination and all of that, and the Atlanta Braves that they had in the 80s and the 90s, and taking all of them and bringing all of those resources into your organization to try to fix what has been a fatal flaw.
It's a great idea.
This team.
Great idea. They should do that.
Now it's going to be put in
Thankfully,
practice.
that has absolutely nothing to do with who you go out and acquire. Nothing. None of those things prevent you from acquiring better talent. None of them. They're all great ideas. Why wouldn't you do both of those things?
And by the
why
way,
wouldn't you bring in better coaches?
What if you were
go acquire?
What if
better
you were in
talent?
that building for the last month with all of those men? Salk and sat in all of the meetings with all of the man hours
Because,
and all
Brock,
that experience
because
and
here's
all
why.
that intellectual knowledge. And they said, Mike, I actually like Christian Haynes more than any of these guys we're going to sign. I like him. I can work with that. I can work with that. I like that body. I like that movement. I like what he did in college. I can work with him at right guard. Now we need to go, draft somebody in this draft. And here's 5 guys that I really like in this draft. And by the way, these 3 at the top of it, they may be elite Pro Bowl difference makers. So that's what, we like in-house. And that's the direction we're going to go. And you got to have a little patience with us. And oh, by the way, if somebody, and maybe it's Tevin Jenkins, who's the most athletic, powerful of this crew, right there with Will Fries from an athleticism standpoint, we really like him. He's going to move people. Now, I'll get to some of the negative on him because I chatted with my old buddy Olin Kreutz about it, and there's some stuff there that very much matches and mirrors what we've heard behind the scenes there in Seattle with old Tevin and why he's on the market. But, I think that's going to be, the argument back is, man, all of our intellectual people here and all the background and everything we have all are telling us that we kind of like a few of the pieces here.
I guess what I would say then is, unfortunately, rolling my eyes doesn't translate well to the radio, but that would be my response.
And it's your response, and it's thousands of Seahawks fans right now's response. I get it.
There's
Because
just
as I've
no
said a
reason
few
you can't do
times-
both of those things. There's no reason you can't do both. There's no reason. And I like a lot of the moves they've made, but the whole point, I would think, of moving on and getting cheaper quarterback and wide receiver, et cetera, would be to beef up something like your offensive line. And I do like the moves they've made. I love that they were able to, kind of add DeMarcus Lawrence by downgrading a little bit at wide receiver, and you had the picks. That's great. I love it. I love that you were able to bring back Ernest Jones. I love that you were able to bring back Jaron Reed. I love a lot of what the Seahawks have done this offseason. But doing all of these things without addressing the offensive line as a priority is malpractice.
Well, and it would have been much easier to kind of silence the doubt, and I think a lot of folks, if you do sign Will Fries. I get that from a perception standpoint, even though you and me and 99.99% of the people have no idea.
But I know that he was the best guy out there.
Yes, and obviously Minnesota, just waived inspection.
It's not just that, Brock. You know what? It's not just Will Fries. That one is obviously the biggest. But I think I hope I speak for other people, it is very frustrating to be thinking about the scrap heap, the guys that were not wanted elsewhere because they went out and acquired other people. That's the part that makes it hard. The 2 guys you're looking at bringing in right now, Bradbury was replaced by a Minnesota team that does know what they're doing and decided there was somebody better. Chicago, obviously, you got questions about the way they've been building that team, but same problem. They decided that there was a better option so that they were active in pursuing the player they wanted. Both of those teams have brought in 2 or 3 new starters.
Yeah, and I would say it's kind of hard right now for me to be on in that same line when we don't know what's going to happen in 5 weeks.
I know that, but
it's like,
Brock, would you rather have Tevin Jenkins or Joe Thuney?
I don't know. I think there's a fair conversation there.
Is there?
Yes, at this age and stage for Joe Thuney, There's a reason that the Chiefs moved on from him for what, a
Well, the
6th or
Chiefs at
7th
some point
round
have
pick?
to move on from somebody because they can't sign everyone.
I mean,
that
that's
guy was good enough that he bounced outside and played left tackle last year at the end of the season.
And then was bad
capably.
enough. Yeah.
Capably. I didn't say great. Capably. Well enough for them to, I don't know, win another or come very close to winning a Super Bowl.
Except the O-line just kind of, unfortunately.
In the Super Bowl, but he got them to a Super Bowl.
Yep.
That's not even his position. No one's asking him to do that. So I just...
Yep.
It is very, very, very frustrating. I'm trying not to panic on this. I'm not panicking. There are still options. There are still ways they can make this better. I think you make very strong arguments, Brock, about what they're doing off the field in the coaching staff to help make it better. But it feels as if they're still not valuing it the way they need to.
If this were running it back with the same OC and the same O-line with Grubb and Huff, and it was running it back, and you didn't make any changes, and you'd made all of these same moves, I would probably be much more uncomfortable. Because I'd say, what are we doing? You're repeating the same kind of mechanism. They weren't committed to the run. You're not adding resources. You're not bringing new, people in here with new eyes on this thing. How is this really going to be remedied and fixed? That's what I can say to you that is wholesale different than the last 15 years. Wholesale different. And it wasn't just one guy. It wasn't just Brant Brown. It wasn't just one expert coming in here. It is a wholesale house cleaning of the way we're going to draft and the way we're going to develop our people at the line of scrimmage.
Well, here you go, bro. Don't worry. The entire text line is against me. The text line loves it. I'm reading it here. You want to hear some of the text on this?
Sure.
Yes, known offensive lineman expert Salk yelling at Brock about free agency. You wonder why no Seahawks players want to be on your show, Mike. It's because you're calling them scrap heap players. Mike is literally arguing against the same argument he has in favor of supporting the Mariners offense. I can just keep going. There's tons of them. It's all subjective, Mike. So, okay. All right. Yep. You know what? You guys are right. You guys are right. I relent. Good. There's nothing left to say on the offensive line. It's solved.
It's like your teacher.
The problem has been solved. You guys are right.
It's like your ice skating coach. It's like the guy you hired from Belarus to teach you how to stop on a dime over there at the Kraken Ice Complex.
You guys are right. It's all coaching.
Nice.
You guys are absolutely right. I relent. The offensive line is fixed. And the Seahawks are going to the Super Bowl.
We did it, Text Toy. We did it.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, here come the other texts.
We fixed it.
Here come the other texts. Same guys, 206. Same guys that want Salk to have hard-hitting questions now want him to go soft on the offensive line so we can interview some trash players that won't be here in the next year. Great take, Texter.
Another one says, another god-awful take by Brock. Surprise, surprise about the Seahawks doing absolutely nothing with the O-line and free agency. I gotta tell you, I thought there's not usually a lot of mean texts at Brock on that text line. It's usually at you.
You know, it wouldn't kill you. I appreciate all the texts coming in now. It wouldn't kill you guys every now and again to text when you agree with something. You don't have to only text when you're mad.
Not as fun.
It would be okay if you wanted to text about things that you were, happy about or agreed with. Sheesh. All right, question number 1 for you, Brock. Jackson Smith and Jigba on one side, Cooper Kupp on the other. How will they coexist?
It's going to be fun to watch, and obviously the draft's going to play a role in this. I think in MVS, Valdez-Scantling, you have your X, your split and straight line speed kind of guy. And now between these two, you've got a mix of slot and flanker, right? Remember, the Z is what, Salk? The Z is the...
The Z is the flanker.
There you go. And
the X is the online, the
split end.
the split end, and then the Y is the tight end.
Splits the end man on the line. Yep, he's on the ball, and then the flanker has the benefit of being off the ball. He's got to be off the ball because he's always to the strength, with the strength. That's the tight end who's on the ball, typically, and it gives you an opportunity to be a little smaller there. And we saw Tyler do that and play really well. We've seen Jackson out there. He caught a big touchdown pass, I believe, on a Monday night against Philly from the great Drew Lock a couple years ago, playing that flanker position. So I think you will see more JSN there, and then you'll see, Kupp in his natural spot in the slot where he's going to be physical and he's going to block and he's going to do all those things. And then bottom line, we got to see if they add a tight end as well. Seen a bunch of these mocks, and I would not mind a tight end. out of one of these top 50 picks because there could be difference makers. So are you living in 12 personnel 50% of the time, 55% of the time? Kubiak's been up to that number, based on personnel, different places he's been. And then that probably gives Cooper Kupp an opportunity to play an entire season. And he doesn't have to play 50, 60, 70% of the snaps. So I don't see that as an issue, especially in this kind of system where there's going to be a lot of 12 personnel. You'll figure it out.
All right, question number 2. Tevin Jenkins is in town today for a meeting with the Seahawks, and I'm sure medical exchanges, etc. He is a guard who started off as a tackle in Chicago, a left tackle. That's what he was drafted to be, became a guard. Brock, what are you hearing about him?
Well, I reached out to my old buddy there in Chicago, and it very much echoed some of the sentiment that we've heard from the Seahawks. The good and the bad, right? The double-edged sword that is the majority of offensive linemen, especially at the NFL level. And you know what Tevin's strengths are? Tevin is really good when he's healthy. I'm talking tough, physical, and a great athlete. Plays at a Pro Bowl level at times. And that's why he was a high second-round pick out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, as an offensive tackle in college where he had good feet and he was a really good athlete. And unfortunately, the bugaboo and the challenge for Tevin is he's been nicked up a lot. Like a lot. Like to the point where you start to wonder, hey, dude, do you really, really want to do this? Because being an offensive lineman is really hard. And there's a lot of times you got to be Andy Dufresne. And you're going to crawl right through that crap, and you're going to have to deal with a lot of crap to try to get to the other side of it. And that is where the question comes about with Tevin and why he's on the market and why he didn't get Will Fry's money. And I'm sure, there was a player a couple years ago. Remember the name Dalton Reisner? Very kind of similar situation. Kansas State, two of my favorite schools, Pokes and Wildcats. Really good guard. Was I think it like Tevin. It's like a second-round pick. Played at a pretty high level. And then he thought, well, I'm going to go to the market, and the market's going to pay me. And I'm going to, I played 4 or 5 years in Denver, played at a pretty high level, tougher now, I think, than Tevin, and an injury history not like Tevin, and thought I'm going to get paid. And didn't get paid. It didn't get paid. And ultimately, signed a 1-year kind of prove-it deal. And so just kind of gauging your market value comes into play here a little bit as well. So we'll see what happens. High upside guy, very physical, can move people. Athletic, a lot of things that you want, check a lot of boxes, but that question of, man, can you play through a lot of adversity? That's the real question.
All right, question number 3. We did have a fun conversation with Sam Darnold on Friday. What, as you thought about it later, what struck you?
Yeah, football 101 standpoint, a lot of the other neat things about his journey and connections with people and familiarity with staff, Salk, but from a pure football, outside of the situational stuff we talked about and Kubiak talked about as well on Friday, I think one of the clearest kind of next steps in what Baker Mayfield's done, and I think really taught Sam, throw the ball away. Live to play another day. Pretty good when taking care of the football, right? And that's not been the big issue the last 3-4 years, but avoiding taking those sacks. That is such an enormous component. As you get older in this league, and that was the one kind of challenge I think with Geno at times for me. Get rid of the ball. Just throw it away. These negative plays are like a holding call. It just submarines your whole drive. So looking at Clint, by the way, and where he's been with his last 2 QBs, Derek Carr last year, granted, only 10 games. You know how many times he was sacked? 8. That's insane. If he played all 17 games, you're talking about 15, 16 sacks, best in the league. Kirk Cousins in 2021 in a full season, throwing for 4,000 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 picks. He was sacked 28 times. 28 times. That's the game. Get rid of the ball. Find a way. Know where your outlets are. If you got to just burn it in the ground on a check down, burn it in the ground. He was sacked last year with a bad Minnesota O-line 48 times. That number's got to come way, way down, and this system should be a big part of it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brock. He's going to have a lot of practice based on what the offensive line looks like today. So he'll have a lot of practice throwing the ball away, or at least making that decision on whether to take the sack or throw it away. That is today's Blue 88. 206 says Salk barely even knows the X and Z, but yeah, let's have him pick the offensive line.
Hey, he knows it. He can draw it up.
Yeah, I don't want to pick the offensive line. guys, I've been saying this forever. I don't know Will Fries from Tevin Jenkins. I don't know that.
Miner's Milkshake.
I don't
know
pretend
Fries
to know
from
that.
Huckleberry Milkshake. I
have no idea. I don't pretend to know that. I'm not a scout. I don't grade offensive linemen. I don't know the difference. I don't. I wouldn't even know what to look for.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't say anything about that. I'm just talking about the money they got, who wanted them, how much they were valued, what other people say, and trying to piece together the strategy, the actual individual identification or judgment on who does what. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just talking about the strategy. And from the outside looking in, they saved a whole bunch of money with the two big decisions they made. And they don't seem to, at least right now, be putting those resources towards the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. And I'm surprised by that, given the needs and the problems they've had over the course of the last, forever. So anyway, we're going to try something new, Brock. We've never done this before. It's old, it's new, it's different, it's the same, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Your two most prominent players on offense said, I want out of here.
If you ask the texters, they would say both of them have attitude problems.
We'll see what Geno signs for. If he signs for somewhere in around 40 to 45, what does that say about how he felt about Seattle?
You got to put a lot of faith in John Schneider and Mike McDonald. John said, we're not going to do anything that hurts the team. The team is number one, the player is number two.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at UALocal32.com. Again, that's UALocal32.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we are 10 days away from baseball season beginning at home against the A's. 9 shows, including today and that day, Brock. So I thought we would do the 10 most intriguing Mariners. Every year we put together our top 20 or 25 most intriguing Seahawks. Obviously, with a 26-man roster, that would be way too many. So you're getting a top 10 list. And unlike this past year, there are all players on this. It's not like the last Seahawks one we did. Dan Wilson's not on here. Kevin Seitzer's not on here. Edgar Martinez. None of them have made this list. It is all players, even though certainly there would be quite the conversation around, the strategy and the philosophy for their hitting, for their offense. All of those would be relevant. I'm also going to point out that this is most intriguing. It's not best or most important. So a couple of big name players on this team are not on my top 10 list. They are not on my top 10 list, even though they're very good and better probably and more important than some of the players that are on this list.
Is this like your top 10, or is it like I'm here and you're here?
One day closer.
Well,
wouldn't it be our
I guess
top
what
10
I would
list?
say
Like,
is
isn't this our time?
It is, but I put it together and you guys didn't disagree with any of them, so I guess it's mine and it's ours.
And Mr. Hand, like if I'm here, and like you're here,
it's mine and ours, I guess I would say.
Yes.
But like I'll give you like Cal's not on this list.
What?
Cal's not on this list.
What?
He's not one of the 10 most intriguing Mariners. Because I feel like I know exactly what I'm going to get from Cal. I'm not that intrigued. I'm excited. He's going to be great. He's one of the 10 most important, probably one of the 3 most important Mariners. But he's not one of the most intriguing because
he's going to hit 30 bombs against strikeout a lot.
Right. He's very steady. I know who he is. He's awesome. Yeah. I love what he is. But like, there's not much mystery there.
Yeah.
So he's not. That's the type of thing. I just want to set the scene, set the expectations, so that you guys know what you're getting. Okay. These are the top 10 most intriguing Mariners. We'll do this hopefully every day at 8. There's 1 or 2 days that we'll have to move some stuff around. But today you're going to get 2. You get number 9 and number 10 today, Brock. How about that? That's we even have a little bit, we have a number 10, right? Number 10?
Number 10.
And number 9. How about that?
Nice.
Gregory Santos is number 10. Matt Brash is number 9. And they go together.
Whoa.
They go together, Brock. They go together.
Okay.
Because they need a second person to really step up in that pen. I think I know who Andres Munoz is.
Yeah.
Right? I think I know what we're getting from Andres Munoz, especially now with the kick change that he's added to his repertoire. Like, I think we know roughly what we're getting at the ends of games.
Yeah.
They really, really missed Matt Brash last year. They really had high hopes for Gregory Santos last year and thought he was going to be that piece that you would, kind of add to what you already had to create leverage relievers anytime you wanted them. And obviously, Gregory Santos didn't materialize into anything last year. Injuries and wildness and effectiveness, and then more injuries. Brash missed the entire season, unfortunately, because of his elbow surgery. So we didn't really get a chance to see much of either of those guys. Obviously, I'm more hopeful for Brash because I've seen it with my own eyes. We know who he is. But Gregory Santos has that A-plus stuff. If he can command it, you're talking about putting three guys out there at the end of games that are completely unhittable. So I would put those two guys together. And partly because, Brock, I've said this a bunch, like, for all of the problems with the Mariners pitching last year, or hitting last year, rather, and there was a lot of it. They were not good at it. Their bullpen was right there with the hitting as being responsible for them losing games. They lost a lot of games that they had won in previous years because of that bullpen, and specifically the guys leading up to Munoz in the ninth. And so you got to get something from either Santos and or Brash in order for this team to kind of get back to where they want to be.
I know that spring training stats are not predictive. We know that. History has told us that. You know who's had a phenomenal spring? Trent Thornton. And he's not those two guys. He doesn't have that plus swing and miss stuff that those two guys have.
Nope.
But can't he be equally kind of a fringe leverage guy?
I mean, no.
I mean, he was in a bunch of moments last year.
Yeah, and that's why they weren't as good in this moments as they wanted to be. I mean, Trent Thornton's fine, but you want to be great? You want to be a great team? Like, obviously, we're going to talk about offense. It's important. But if you want to play the style of game that we're told they want to play, you're going to be playing a lot of close one-run games.
Yes, you're going to have, especially at home in April and May.
Well, then you need one of these guys to step up and actually be that bridge to get you to the closer that you really believe in.
Okay, so based on, you threw some live bullpens this week, everything trending to a little bit more of what Hollander said, right? Late April, rather than what Jerry had said late May. This with Brash. With Brash, we're looking at the trend line, at least so far, as long as there's no setback. Hey, Lyle, was this Brash's first Tommy John? He was never repeat Tommy John, right?
It was, and he didn't have the full surgery the way that somebody like Jackson Coar did, so it's a faster recovery process.
Okay. All right. So you're looking at late April for him, which puts even that much more of an emphasis on Santos here.
And look, guys like Colin Snyder and, Troy Taylor probably not going to be ready for the beginning of the season either.
Nope.
So, yeah, I mean, guys like Colin Snyder will have to maybe
and Trent Thornton.
Casey Legumina, Trent Thornton. I mean, those guys are going to help you get there at the beginning. But over the course of 6 months, really, it'd be nice if Gregory Santos materialized into being the kind of pitcher they said he was when he first got here.
Okay, so
Santos is the one that I'm more worried about.
Yeah.
Like Matt Brash, I feel like as long as he can stay healthy, I know who Matt Brash is.
Yep.
Santos, unfortunately, every time I watch him, he looks like he has no freaking idea where the ball's going.
But that was only 5 innings last year.
Well, but even in spring training, and again, I'm not going to look at spring training
stats.
stats.
Was 5 innings?
He didn't pitch.
Well, because once he got back, he threw a few innings, and then he got injured again.
Yeah.
He came back, the last couple games of the season? He threw on the last day of the season last year.
I just want to know where the ball's going. Like, he's throwing them to the backstop and warm-ups. Like, again, spring training results, not important. But a guy like him having command. Yeah, that's pretty important.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Also, they made a move over the weekend. The guy that they picked up
Seth
from Miami
Martinez.
Sent right back to Miami.
Yeah, he's not gonna work here
not
anyway.
Gonna make it.
No.
How about our guy,
Fujinami?
Fujinami.
Seen as much of him recently.
Got some plus stuff.
I would guess he'll start, if he takes the assignment and stays in in the organization. I would guess he'll start in Tacoma.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That is numbers 9 and 10. Matt Brash and Gregory Santos, and we'll try to count those down mostly at 8 o'clock. There's a couple of other days we'll have to move some stuff.
You know what stands out with those guys? Mooney at the very top of that list, obviously. But what stands out with those two versus what Voth and Thornton and, a lot of the other fellas in that bullpen, especially we saw for huge chunks last year, it's just that swing and miss. That ability to just not have to have, the most perfect command, or just have that swing and miss. The ball's not in play. And I think with some of your challenges you may have on your infield defensively, that may highlight those guys that much more.
Yeah.
You'd really like more swing and miss than the ball in play an awful lot.
Let's see. Text messages. You lose all credibility when you say top 10 most intriguing Seattle Mariners and don't include Cal Raleigh. And then there's a curse word uttered at me here. It's silly not to include Cal in most intriguing. Are you not intrigued to see if he can continue to improve like he has? No. I mean, I'd be great. There can only be 10. You can only put 10 on the list. It's not the 26 most intriguing. I think I know who Cal is. I think Cal knows who he is. Could he get better? Sure. But there are other guys that I think I know what Cal is going to be this year. That's not a negative.
Text were a little fiery on this
very fiery.
A little hot.
Yeah, why is everybody so fiery today? Why are you so
when was the
grumpy?
last time the sun was out?
It's Monday.
There is that. That is a fair question. That's a good question, Brock.
How much
was
that
the sun out?
Huh?
Yesterday.
But only for it was like
I'm
in
talking
and
about
out
one of those
and back
nice
on again.
60-degree, 65
all
kind
day
of
Saturday. Heather kept saying, "I'm going to
take
take the dog for a walk," and then she'd get outside and start pouring. And she's like, she'd come back in, and then it would be bright sunshine. She'd be like, "Okay, let's go," and then it would start pouring again. The dog doesn't like being out in the rain. She's got those open ears. It's hard. The water gets straight into her ears. It's not easy to be a French bulldog. It's a hard life. It's very hard.
Yes.
Very hard. Brock, did you find us a guest yet for 8:30?
I'm working, so
okay, you better come up with something. We only got 20 minutes, so.
No, the text toy sounds like it's pretty fired.
Well, I'm not going to use the text toy for a guest. You got to come up with something, man. This is your job here.
Let's just say TJ Houshmandzadeh. When you want to know
happened?
part of, I don't. Well,
can you tell us?
Tell
me
I'll
now.
Tell you. No, I'll tell you on the other side.
All right, we'll come back
one
with
of the
everything
least things you need to know. But
and I got to find out why TJ Houshmandzadeh hates us. I'm sure there's any number of reasons. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Who were the final suitors for DK?
Teams that were willing to pay $33 million a year for 4 years on extension, $150 million total. It was really just New England and Pittsburgh.
Every day at 7:45.
Good for him. God bless him. And I absolutely have no issue and no problem with him going and getting even more of that generational wealth. But there were not many teams that were going to load up the Brinks truck.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is. Like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Bobby, who was hurt riding the bus.
The bus made a left turn, and the scooter that I was on overturned. Ended up having surgery on my back. So I knocked on the door of Warrior Injury Law, and I thought if anyone could help me with my situation, they could, and they did. They everyday people who work for everyday people. I would recommend this company over all the rest.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free. Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Seahawks got their man on Friday. It's Cooper Kupp, 31 years old, signs a 3-year deal with the Seahawks worth up to $45 million. But that's probably not what that's going to end up being, right? This is going to end up being a 1 or maybe 2-year deal, and we'll figure out the guaranteed money sometime soon. It's a big drop from what he had signed with the Rams, 3 years, $80 million just a couple seasons ago. And I would assume he's a pretty good fit here. Again, I'm concerned that there's been no focus on the offensive line. But in terms of the moves they've actually made, I don't have a problem with any of them. I'm excited for Cooper Kupp.
I think some of the next level numbers, and I was looking at those last night, that the PFF and others try to assign to how much separation and how many times you get open. And some of those things are not where they were 3 years ago with Cooper Kupp. And certainly the injury bug the last couple of years has played a role and impacted that. But you wanted to come home. You wanted to finish this thing as a Seahawk, a system and language he'll be familiar with. He'll be very involved in the play action game. He'll be very involved, I believe, in third down situations. And he'll be very involved in continuing to see Jackson Smith and Jigba take his next steps. And whatever receiver they're going to draft, I think in the first 3 rounds of this draft as well, and kind of that mentor role that Tyler certainly played a big part of the last few seasons.
Isn't he also known as one of the best blocking wide receivers in the game?
Well, that helps when you're like 6'3" and 210 pounds.
But isn't he known as that?
100%.
Right? I mean, we've talked for years about how valuable those guys can be. And DK was good at that too, by the way. It's not like
And by the way, when he was in his prime, I remember doing games in 2020, I'm like, Sean McVay, seriously? You're putting Cooper Kupp, he's like a pulling guard. You're using him in power. You're using him as the cutback on zone. Like, yeah, he's fully capable of doing all of those things.
Meanwhile, the team signed free agent corner Shamar Jean-Charles. He'd been with Green Bay, San Francisco, New Orleans. Familiar with him at all? He's
not at all.
Depth cornerback, all right?
Yeah, not at all.
And then today, free agent guard Tevin Jenkins is in town visiting with the team.
Don't let him leave, Salk. Don't let him leave the building until he's got a deal.
Put a trap in the building so he can't leave. He's been with the Bears, was made expendable with the moves that they've already made this offseason.
A lot of funny stories when it comes to that through the years in free agency. Players like getting in their rental car or getting in and like, hey, hold them, to the driver, like to the airport. No, go the wrong way. Like circle the building a couple more times. We're going to try to find a way. Really do not want this guy to leave.
Wow.
I think Graham Wistrom, one of those that comes to mind.
That's
back
funny.
in the day.
I don't think I've ever heard stories like that. I'd kind of like to hear some. You know what? It's something we got to tell Wyman and Bob about that. They should ask John about that if he's got stories of like literally not letting people leave.
Yeah, it'd be good.
All right, we'll send them a text in a few hours when they wake up.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Congratulations to Logan Gilbert. He will be the opening day starter for the Mariners.
I think back to high school and college, and it's like it felt like a holiday on opening day. It's the first game of the year. All the best pitchers are out there. So to me, and I'm an extreme baseball fan, so it's probably different, but I felt like the world stopped for that day, and everybody just had their TV on and watched the best pitchers in the game go at it. So it feels like a holiday. It always has for me, and I'm sure it will again this year.
Does it feel like the Mariners opened up with the A's like forever? At least when Felix was around for all those opening days, there were
there were a bunch with the Astros in there. I mean, there's only so many teams in your division. What was it? Last year was either they've done Cleveland, Boston, a couple other teams recently. Anyway, yes, it'll be 10 days from now against the A's, Brock, and kudos to Luis Castillo for handling this whole thing very well, as he will not be starting on opening day this year. They get back to it today. I've got a lineup for you if you're interested. 1 o'clock game also against the A's. Okay. Looks like this: Robles, Julio, Cal, Randy Arozarena, Luke Raley at first, Polanco at third, Tellez the DH, Ryan Bliss at second, and J.P. Crawford at short.
Yep, a lot of regulars.
That could be an opening day lineup right there. Casey
do
Lawrence.
We want to talk about Tellez versus Haniger? Do we want to do that at 8:30?
Again? Yeah, I'm happy to have some of that conversation. I think you know where I stand on it. Good to see Matt Brash throwing a live bullpen this weekend. George Kirby making progress. Maybe the coolest thing, though, was in the spring breakout. Ty Pete went 3 for 3 with a home run. That was cool. But Jurangelo Saintcha really was the one who kind of got people talking because he threw to Travis Pisano, who's what? Travis Pisano's their top prospect. Yeah. He was a former 1-1, 2 years ago?
No, just
this past year.
8 months ago.
Yeah. He was picked 14 spots ahead of Saintcha, and he got him to ground out lefty, then struck him out righty. Jeez. This is kind of awesome, man. The whole switch pitcher thing is just incredibly cool. And Bryce Miller had a nice game yesterday. He goes 5 innings, allowed just 1 run, building himself up for the start of the season.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, let's see. Other news. Kraken win Friday, lose last night in overtime against Winnipeg, one of the better teams in the league. They blew a 2-0 lead, which was really great. I was there, and I was annoyed. Players' Championship was awesome down the stretch yesterday. Man, it was super exciting watching all of the carnage as guys were just kind of falling off the leaderboard. Poor Akshay Bhatia. I thought he was going to blow away in that wind yesterday, Brock. I think that's why they had to have the delay.
What is he, 130
130.
6'2"?
He's 6'1", 130. It's unbelievable. He could not putt, though. And by the way, if you're going to be bad at putting, don't use one of those goofy putters. Like, if you're going to be bad at putting, at least just use a normal-looking putter. Don't use one of those big stick putters. You look absurd. Anyway, Rory wins in a playoff this morning as J.J. Spawn completely imploded. College basketball, there will be 4 games here in Seattle for the opening round of the tournament. Oregon Liberty, Arizona Akron, Maryland Grand Canyon, and Memphis Colorado State. Husky women are an 11 seed. They've got to do a play-in game, though, against Columbia.
Yep.
And, Brock, what do we feel about the Oklahoma State draw? So, again, Macy playing for Oklahoma State. They are a 7 seed, almost a 6.
Yeah, South Dakota
They got to go to Storrs, Connecticut.
7-10 up there to Storrs. No easy road, no easy path. But it'll be quite a scene up there in Connecticut. And is Gonzaga going to do it for the 10th straight year? Do you realize they made 9 straight Sweet 16s for Gonzaga? This will be one of the toughest years, though, because they're in that 8-9 matchup with Georgia. Can win that one, and then would be Houston.
Yeah,
and I'm going to
really
guess
good, right?
I'm going to guess Kelvin Sampson not real tickled with an 8-9 and a team like Gonzaga sitting there in that second round.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Wait, are you going to pay off the Hushman?
Yeah, Brock, tell us what happened with Hoosh.
Well, I just kind of reached out and said, what do you think? And here, let me read exactly what he wrote back.
The question asked earlier was, what did you guys say about Hoosh? And my answer was, well, it could have been anything. He was awful when he was here.
Yeah, that didn't probably help. That might have got back to him. Jeez, where did let's see. Yeah. No thanks. So very sweet text for me. Curious if you might have 10, 15 minutes. Really kind of set it up and trying
Straight
to be
up,
as sweet as I can.
No thanks.
No thanks.
That was it?
That was it.
Well, that's not that obnoxious.
That was it. And I was like, oh, okay, no worries, nothing. Yeah, no. So I don't think he was.
I've gotten that from Ryan Clark before. I think he just doesn't do radio. Like, it doesn't mean that he
I've never
personal with you.
I've never gotten that. No, I've never gotten just the palm right to the face.
I don't know. It's funny. That doesn't.
Well, being a producer, I've gotten it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, maybe you've pissed people off too, Maura. Who knows what you've done equal or akin to what Brock and I must have said about TJ Hushmanzada. All right. I got a couple different conversations I would like to have then, Brock. Since
I'd like to kind of do some potpourri.
Okay.
I'd like to do
I've got some potpourri.
Can we do a little potpourri?
We
a little
are
baseball,
ready for
a little
potpourri.
basketball,
Yes.
a little football.
I've got potpourri ready.
Do you like potpourri?
Depends.
Like the smell of potpourri?
No. Actually,
not a big fan.
Actually,
I'm not a big fan
Actually,
either.
no. But you're lying because you can't smell anything. You don't have
That's
any
right.
idea whether you like potpourri.
That's true too. I don't like the looks of it. I don't like the smell. I don't
Why
like
are
any
you a
part of
liar? Let's come right back. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
What can Sam Darnold do that Geno Smith can't?
Oh, Sam's arm's better. It's stronger. Sam's arm talent is crazy. Geno's placing of the football has been better. When I watched the last few games of the season with Sam Darnold, he was getting pressured, and some of his throws were off. He doesn't feel comfortable when he's sitting there and you have big D-line and linebackers getting at him. The Kubiak offense should help him get better at that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right. Well, in theory, the days should be getting nicer. We were getting some of those sunny breaks in the weather and starting to think about summer where you get to have a ton of fun, right? Golf courses, vacations, just exploring the Northwest, maybe figuring out what Southern Washington is. Well, either way, make this summer one to remember by looking and feeling your very, very best. If you start it now, you could get that done by Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here. 45 days. That's what it takes. Lose almost a pound every day. I lost 35 in total, all with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I'll let you in a little secret, too. Not that hard. It really isn't. No cardio, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no scary side effects, no fake food. Nope, you're just eating healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself after you buy them at the grocery store, and then you watch the pounds just melt off. You can do this. 15-minute call is all it takes to get started. No obligation. Schedule it right now by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You've got nothing to lose other than a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient brine cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
This is Steve Amman, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear, oy vey, zut alors, or oofda, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power Battery store, and we promise to help you.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I don't want this.
What?
I don't know why necessarily yet, and hopefully it's nothing. Updated Mariner lineup has Austin Shenton at first base, which moves Luke Raley to center field.
Uh-oh.
Because Julio Rodriguez is not in it.
He's a scratch today, huh?
Hopefully Julio's sick. A lot of people are. A lot of people have been sick.
Yep.
My family, your family.
Lyle this morning,
Lyle,
bless his heart.
Laura, Kyle.
Lyle's shaking off that.
A lot of people.
Lyle refuses to admit it.
Yeah, Lyle's shaking off that Zoomer identity and mentality.
Appreciate
and saying,
that
I'm not
about
sick.
him.
Yeah, no,
I'm
we're
not
good.
sick.
A lot of people
No,
sick.
seriously, Lyle's not sick at all. Like, he's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with
A
Lyle.
lot of people are sick, so hopefully it's something as simple as that for Julio, but just something until we find out more.
Because he was in the original one.
He was in
read
the original
10 minutes
lineup
ago. Okay.
and then scratched a couple of minutes ago. So at some point, I'm sure very soon, we'll find out. Shannon is going to join us in 30 minutes anyway.
Oh, nice.
So we can ask Shannon what's going on with Julio and why he was scratched this morning. Don't love that, though. Let's see. I got the 608 from Wisconsin saying I would text when I agreed with Salk. Unfortunately, that's just never happened. All right. This is just unnecessary. Same person writes, "Hey, Salk, I hope I haven't overstepped my bounds, but I wanted to let you know I sent an application into the Seahawks for your GM position with your name on it. Good luck." 1 week more. That's the honeymoon period.
Mm-hmm.
You get it right on DK and Gino, you get 1 week.
Yep.
1 week honeymoon, and
Short
it's
memory, dude.
right
What's
back to
next?
just getting destroyed
What's
again.
next? You got to flush it, Salk. Got to
Yep.
move on that next one. That's the way it works.
1 week. That's all you get.
On that text toy, you're able to kind of see previous
Oh,
text,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You can click on them.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can see all the things the same person wrote. So yeah, no, I got all of that.
Okay, so Andrew Whitworth can't do today, but
right.
can do tomorrow.
Good. All right,
He's
so
going to drop his kids off at school, and we'll chat with him.
okay, I've got a ton of things. I got like 6 topics for you here, Brock.
Good.
Let's start with this one. This began while we were at spring training. I had a little inkling, just something that occurred to me as we were down there, that we had barely seen Mitch Haniger.
Yep.
Both on and off the field. I don't think I one time saw him around the facility. I know he was there.
He was there.
I know he was. I'm not saying he wasn't there. I just personally never saw him. Didn't see him when he was working out. Didn't see him just walking to and from. For whatever reason, in a full week, just never laid eyes on Mitch Haniger.
Stark contrast to the season before.
Where he was
literally
every day.
he was out there every morning pushing
Yes.
sleds.
He was the person I would probably run into most often the season before. This year, again, I'm not trying to read too much into it, but I never saw him. And just looking at the roster, and finally I just said, I don't think this guy's going to be on it. Right? Said it while we were down there. Like, whether he has a good spring or
borderline
not.
Salklamation.
Not quite.
Yeah, man, it was borderline.
I don't think I feel confident enough. I mean, but just reading the tea leaves, looking at the roster and trying to figure out what they were going to do with a few of these spots, I just don't see how Mitch Haniger fits on the roster. Well, fast forward to today. Mitch has been in and out, has not been playing recently because of some injury issues.
Yeah, sore left shoulder.
So he's not really been out there much and hasn't been able to make much of a case for himself. In the meantime, and again, spring stats mean nothing, but Rowdy Tellez has been just clubbing the baseball. He's been one of their better hitters all spring, as has Mitch Garver, two guys that, would be in line to take some of those DH reps that are really the only thing left for Haniger at this point, now that you've got 4 much more capable outfielders on the roster. So as it sits here today, and Lyle, you jumped into this with, again, great point, it's a sunk cost. You've already spent this year, you've already spent the money on Mitch Haniger, whether he's on the roster or not. One argument you could make from that is, well, then you might as well have him on the roster and see if you can get anything from him. The other says, yeah, or maybe you could get more from somebody else. You're going to have to pay the money either way. Why not put out the best roster you can and not even worry about that?
How long are the ILs? 60-day IL, 100-day IL?
Well, no, it's it would be a 10-day. I mean, 60-day, you got to be like hurt.
Well, he's
right?
got a really hurt shoulder.
No, you can't just kind of fudge the 60-day.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't really fudge the 60-day.
Belichick was able to.
The 60-day takes you off of the 40-man roster. Like, you can't really fudge the 60-day.
All right.
I don't see that happening.
Okay.
Yeah, and look, I just plain and simple think if everything were to align perfectly, Luke Raley's an outfielder, and that's probably where he should be playing. So if there's a world where you like what you've seen enough out of Rowdy this spring to say, all right, we're going to start him on the big league roster, that can put Raley back in the outfield a lot more often, can put Randy at DH a lot more often, a place where he should probably be more than left field, just given how he's played defense the last year or two, and just feels like a better, more sound ball club with Rowdy, at least at this point.
play him a little bit at first, and then you got quite the contrast. You got 6'4", 350 and 5'8", 150. You know, you got two very different first basemen.
I mean, you already have two completely different first basemen with Rayleigh, who's built like a truck also. So,
and let me be clear. I'm not sitting here saying Rowdy's some great defensive first baseman. He's not. But if he's going to hit, it's worth it.
Yeah, I'll say it. I've been saying this kind of all along. I look at the roster, and it's really hard for me to see how it makes a lot of sense to have Mitch Haniger on it unless he's destroying the ball as a DH. He can't run really anymore. He's not going to play the outfield anymore. He's a limiting factor and doesn't fit the style of baseball that this team says they want to play.
Right.
So I put all those things together. Love Mitch. Great career. Maybe he goes somewhere else, and maybe there's another fit where somebody else takes a chance on him. Given that they won't have to pay a salary this year, the Mariners will be picking up all of it.
Mm-hmm.
I hope there's a spot where Mitch can contribute again, but I just don't see how it's going to be on this
Lyle,
roster.
how did Robbie Ray do last year down in Sanford? I know he was building back from the injury, and that was part of the reason you tried to kind of trade and swap salaries between him and Haniger. Did he end up kind of being a difference maker?
He only made 7 starts.
Okay.
His ERA was 4.7. So he wasn't great, but I think we also know Robbie Ray's probably better than that when he's got a full season of health.
Yeah,
so
and that'll happen this year.
Yeah.
Here's the thing on that swap. So I've been thinking about that swap, and it's easy to get caught up in, geez, what a waste, right? They blew this one. The flip side of that is Haniger's done at the end of this year. Ray has another year after that. So there's another year on Robbie Ray.
And that's a player option, I believe.
Also, if you had Robbie Ray, would it have come at the expense? I mean, look, he got hurt and all that, but would it have come at the expense at some point of Brian Wu or Bryce Smith? Like, would one of those guys not have been a...
Right.
Look, I'm not saying that move has worked out. It obviously has not. Signing Robbie Ray didn't really work out, nor did trading him. So there's not really been any great value, unfortunately, for a guy that I know is very well liked and respected inside the clubhouse, but that just hasn't worked out. There's no reason to continue to make it worse. I would just let this move on. Like, all right, it didn't work. Let's cut bait. Maybe it's Rowdy Tellez and with the option of some other people. I just don't see how Mitch fits the roster particularly well right now. All right.
And if this means anything to you guys, just last quick thing here. 425 says, I just got back from Peoria. Let me tell you, 5 minutes after getting there, I said, Rowdy's making this team. He looks like the most popular guy in camp. I got to tell you, from everything I saw when we were down there and from talking to him a little bit, he's awesome.
No, he's like a fun dude, right?
Really
I mean, his
fun.
name is Rowdy, for God's sake.
He is. Right. He is really fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that would be good. I hope he does make the team, and that would be some fun.
I like big people. So,
yeah.
Hopefully he makes it too.
I'm sure you do. Yes. Let's see. Brock, what is happening? It's been 3 more days, and nothing has moved with the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback situation, with Aaron Rodgers, with Russell Wilson. What are the Steelers going to do?
I don't know. And you're seeing a lot of these, like Jacoby Brissett's, and I saw the guy from Dallas that backed up. He's going to be in Baltimore. So you're seeing like a lot of the ones in the twos just about everywhere, other than kind of this Cade McNown, Brock Heward, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers. Like, can you please make a decision so I can figure out my path and where I'm going here? And Russ is, I guess by all accounts, playing second fiddle to Aaron. This was from some folks down the road who, and it was documented. The Seahawks talked to Aaron Rodgers. So, this is not anything out of turn, no breaking news. We know that there's a relationship there. We know that John was with the Packers when Aaron was, with the Packers, and they've got background. And I think the real conversation is, does Aaron Rodgers want to play football? Like, do you even want to play? Or why don't you just retire at 40-something years of age? Because you really want to go play for a bad New York Giants in a division where you're going to get, beat up just like you did in the AFC East to go to the NFC East with Washington and Philly that are much better teams and rosters, and you watch that operation behind the scenes. Is there anything there that you want to be a part of? No. Do you want to go play in Pittsburgh? You really want to do that? Pittsburgh's a hard, it's a great organization, but it's demanding, and I think it's hard on quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And after Big Ben, they've had quite a run of trying to figure this thing out. And do you want to do that? You want to play Baltimore? You want to play Cincinnati? You want to play in the AFC and do that again? The Buffaloes and the Chiefs? And do you really want to do that?
The easy answer is that what he wants to do is exactly what he's doing right now.
Just continue to be the center of a whole bunch of attention.
Be the center of attention and show people that he's powerful, that he has power over them.
I honestly think Indianapolis would have been a much better fit. I think people in football felt that way too. Like, if you actually want a good fit with good people,
he doesn't care about that.
And an O-line and a run game and an easier division,
he doesn't care about any of those things.
That would have been the fit.
I think the only things he cares about at this point are being in the public eye, being the center of attention, and showing people that he has dominance over them.
Yeah, I think it's
pathetic.
I think that's a part of it, and for you, it's a huge part of it. For me, the other side of it is I think he's just really trying. Do I really want to do this at 41?
Well, if you're still wondering,
and
man,
if you're questioning and wondering that, how is an organization?
Get off the stage.
Yep.
I just honestly, we've talked a lot about Aaron Rodgers. I'm not going to rant and rave the way I did on Friday.
Yeah, please don't.
I'm just going to say honestly, Brock, it's pathetic. This is pathetic. Yeah. What he's doing now is pathetic, and the Steelers, what they're doing is even more pathetic, because they're allowing him to be pathetic in front of them.
I think John Schneider said it really well with kind of a scowl on his face the other day when all the free agents that they had signed, Sam, all of them were in town. And he kind of turned, he said, we want people that want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's this hard of a decision for Aaron, and he's this,
contemplative?
There you go. Yep. If he's that much, he's got to be wrapped up in a blanket on the beach, figuring out whether he wants to do this again, then don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it. And
but shame on them for even continuing to go back and forth with him on it. Like, just move on. Just go do something else.
Yep.
I can't believe. And in the meantime, if they do want Russ back, they probably burned that bridge now by chasing after the dream of a broken down Aaron Rodgers. The whole thing is bizarre. Yep. Very, very, very strange.
It's also got to be strange for Russ. I mean, let's be fair too. That a couple years ago, he's Hall of Famer. A couple years ago, he's a 9-time Pro Bowler here and a nearly two-time Super Bowl. Like, how hard does it got to be for him as well?
How old is Russ? 36? 37?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, he's not 40.
No, he's not.
But he's old enough that it's not
36.
like he's 36.
Yeah.
He's old, and I mean, he's only 2 years older than Gino? It feels like more than that, doesn't it? It feels like Russ has just been around for so long.
Yep.
I mean, at 36, for a guy who made a lot of his bread and butter running, it's not like embarrassing that he doesn't, rank as a starting quarterback
for
really
him
anymore. I know it would be for him, but from an outsider's perspective, like, obviously the last 4 years have been tough.
Yep.
But at 36, it's not like horrific not to have a job anymore. Like, that's kind of when somebody like him would break down.
Yep.
All right. I saw something over the weekend, Brock, that I loved, that I think you would like. I know Lyle, I think Maura. I loved this movie. It was called Ephus. Have you heard of this?
No.
So I had not either. Heather found it. It was playing at SIFF. So this is kind of like an art house movie that I think will end up with some sort of wider release, or at least on demand somewhere.
Okay.
But it, the Ephus pitch is sort of what it's named for. But it's not like a documentary on the Ephus. It's a fiction movie about these two teams of guys, ages essentially college through 60. Up in like southern New Hampshire, northern Massachusetts, kind of near Nashua, New Hampshire. And they play baseball against each other. And that this one field that they love, and the field is about to be torn down. And this is the last game they're going to play. And they play it over. They play the entire game. You watch essentially the entire baseball game is the whole movie.
And this is fictional.
Yes.
Okay.
And all no-name actors with a couple guys thrown in that you might know. If you know who Bill Spaceman Lee is, the old pitcher, he has a little cameo in it. Joe Castiglione has a cameo in it. Neither playing themselves really, although Spaceman sort of does. Anyway, the movie's a little slow, as baseball can be, but it is an incredible tribute to the game of baseball, and in fact kind of celebrating some of that slowness rather than almost throwing and showing the juxtaposition between the way baseball is and other things in the modern world. And it's if you like baseball and celebrate baseball for what it is rather than constantly comparing it to the things that it isn't, you will love this movie.
Gosh, it feels like the Gras should be like popping the popcorn and selling the tickets there to that game. Because everything you just said, the Gras reminded me of, especially when I made this transition into radio, and he had been doing it for decades, and he would just kind of laugh and chuckle at yours truly, appropriately so, as I was just an emotional roller coaster and mess with every game of a Mariners baseball season, and all that just kind of, football passion and all that, whatever, versus, bro, it is, take it slow. Simon and Garfunkel, slow down. You move too fast. You got to make the moment last. And it's a long journey over 162 games.
But not even just the journey over 162, but even just the journey in one night, right? And baseball's made so many efforts to speed itself up and all these things to make the game more appealing to a younger generation. And this is a movie that kind of celebrates, like, yeah, no, baseball's kind of fun because it does take time, and it is all about life. And, all of the great life metaphors that people make about baseball, you will see in this movie. So if you find it's called EFUS. Yep, it's called EFUS, EEPHUS. I don't know where else you can see it right now other than SIF, but it was well worth your time if you've got some time.
Did Heather find that for you?
Yes.
That is
of
so
course.
sweet.
Yes.
Huh?
Well, she just likes going to the movies, and I never want to.
Thoughtful and sweet and takes such good care of you.
Can you go to the movies and not get popcorn? Like, are you physically capable of going to a movie theater?
The rest of my family's not. Yeah, I can.
There's nothing in the world that I like more than movie theater popcorn.
Right.
I think it's my number. If I have to, all foods in the world ranked.
I think we did multiple segments on this back in the day.
It's number one.
Because Howdy thought he was the perfect,
right?
Yeah, the perfect ability to get the amount of popcorn butter on the popcorn.
Well, and then he would take he would get an extra large so that he could go back for more. And I think he would take somebody else's extra large popcorn out of the trash.
Yeah, he would take
dump
the bucket
it out
of the trash,
and then bring it up to get.
Yeah,
he doesn't care. So he would just go get free popcorn by bringing up the extra large. Just be like, okay, ready for my free refill now. And so he would hand it to him and get his free refill of popcorn in the disgusting trash infected. Oh my God.
Maura, you do understand. He brought in a box of cookies.
No,
one
I
time.
already knew about the trash cookies. I did not know
He brought
about
in
the
trash-
popcorn.
Oh yeah, trash corn too.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, that was another one for you guys. What? So we're just sort of bouncing around here, Brock. What are the Bengals doing? Is this going to work? They've now signed both of their wide receivers to insane amounts of money. They're trying to sign Trey Hendrickson as well.
Salk,
you can't do that, right?
Salk, this is what you've got to love. This is what you've got to love as much as anybody does. If you're going to be true to your radio, not even persona or character, it's just your radio belief. You've got to love this. When the rest of the NFL is going to, lean into Philadelphia and lean into big people and lean into a meat and potatoes draft and lean into offensive linemen and lean into defensive linemen, and the Bengals are going to say, no, we're going to play flag football. The rules are going this way, and we're going to zig when everybody else is going to zag, and we're going to somehow find a way to pay. What did they pay Jamar Chase? Over $40 million a year, resetting the receiver market.
Crazy money.
And T.
Highest
Higgins,
paid non-QB ever now.
Ever in the history of the league, playing on the perimeter as a wide receiver.
I mean,
T. Higgins right behind him.
I do like zigging when others zag. I'm not sure. As long as you don't take a left turn directly into a wall. As long as you're not doing what I saw G and his wife over the weekend, Brock. I went down to the coffee shop in Renton where G's wife was selling her banana bread, which is just insane, and it basically sold out almost before I got there. I mean, it's really good. And we're standing there or in the coffee shop looking outside, and some woman just starts driving the wrong way down the road.
Uh-oh.
Just no big deal. Just driving the wrong way. Thankfully, a pedestrian jumped. I was like, what? Stop them and help them turn around.
At least a one-way?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
All right.
Thankfully, no damage done.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to drive into the coffee shop when she turned, and her truck, of course, is all beat up and stuff. Anyway, zigging when other people zag is great as long as you don't turn into the wrong way in a one-way street, which is what the Bengals might be doing.
Yeah, but if you're the Bengals, you have to do this. This isn't like a want to or need to. This is a have to. They don't have the cap. Yes. They're not like a lot of the other organizations. That family, the Brown family, is not the Cowboys. It's not Philadelphia. It's not the Wilfs. It doesn't have that kind of generational wealth. So they've got to figure out a way to do this differently than a lot of their other peers because the amount of cash that they have. Yeah, there's a salary cap, and yes, they meet the floor and all the rest of it, and they're not poor.
But the best way to do that is to just keep investing on the outside? That seems like a mistake.
So I'm all for paying Jamar Chase because he is the best receiver in football. We'll hammer Justin Jefferson. To answer your question, Brock, you got 4 years for $161 million. Did you really have to also give T. Higgins 4 for $115? That's where I start to scratch my head.
Yeah. Well, again, they think that those two are that unstoppable with Joe Burrow. And the numbers and the production when they're all healthy is pretty stinking remarkable.
Yeah.
And the ability to kind of offset. Now, will Joe Burrow be upright? How many years has Joe Burrow been able to stay healthy? You want to talk about offensive lines, and back to our point again about how many teams in this league are in a constant struggle to try to find consistent offensive line play. The Bengals are right there. Even with one of the great quarterbacks that can get the ball out, he still takes an absolute beating. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting dilemma for Joe Burrow too, because he gets his toys. But can I even play with my toys? Because do I have the chance, or am I going to just be beat up and shorten my career because I don't have the kind of protection up in front of me?
The Hewards are all traveling to Storrs, Connecticut this weekend?
Yes, very easy.
I'm sure. Yeah, Storrs is very convenient for just about everything, especially, So
Macy was excited, and that's the most important thing.
Game is Saturday, right? Saturday at noon our time, I believe.
2:30.
Yeah, sorry, 12:30 our time.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yep. 2:30 Central, 12:30 your time. Yep. So be on the East Coast. We're going to travel up there and going to experience a little bit of that area. And Macy was pretty pumped, man. I think selfishly for the family, there was like South Bend, little spring football, Chapel Hill, get to go see, Grandpa Bill and his girlfriend and everything else. There were some spots there that were in play that were a possibility. LA could have had the grandparents drive from Phoenix.
Sure.
There were some other spots. But, for Macy and for them and for kind of basketball, the epicenter of basketball, Gino Auriemma, the winningest coach in the history of the game, and to be up there and
take on Paige Beckers maybe in the second round.
Got to get through
pretty awesome, right?
The first round Saturday afternoon.
I know that, but if you're going to be in
Jackrabbits.
Stores and if you can beat the Jackrabbits, like that's kind of a nice thing, right? And something to that. So, all right, well, we'll be watching. That's for sure. As Macy
surreal,
and the Cowgirls will
going to be surreal.
She's in the tournament, for God's sakes. It's unbelievable.
All of these years, and watching it even last night, kind of pinched myself a little moment. When I went to the Masters a few years ago in 2021, after watching that thing for all the years, and then to actually walk it was pretty surreal. Last night to sit on the couch, and Molly was, recording it and kind of filming it, like all the years that you watch the tournament selection and all the years you do all of that. And to have a year with your actual kiddo in it, and then when we get to the tournament, going to be some pretty cool life moments for sure.
It does look like the Julio thing is not too serious. Shannon says that he's just not feeling well today, which is why he was scratched. She will join us for a much more in-depth update on everything going on down in Peoria next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
By the age of 26, Sam Darnold had started 55 games before Matt Hasselbeck started one. At age 28, Matt starts to have some success. Sam Darnold had the breakout at the age of 27. If you want to believe that this is the right move, and I want to believe that, you have to believe that last year was not an outlier, that it was the beginning of the real thing.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with the trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident Sun.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st. Get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we'll go right down to Peoria, speak with our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer. There was a lineup this morning. Julio was in it. Then he was scratched. He was out of it. Shannon, is Julio okay?
As far as we know, we don't have any details other than he was just not feeling too great this morning. So he's not in the lineup.
All right. Well, hopefully, I mean, everyone up here is sick. Is there a bug going through that area as well? Honestly, there's like everyone I know is sick. So is that not surprising down there?
No, I mean, knock on wood, because most springs there is something that goes through the clubhouse. And now that you bring it up, I haven't seen that this year. So hopefully he's the only and not the first.
It's like a kindergarten class usually, Salt. You know, one little kid gets it. Everybody gets it, unfortunately. Hey, Shannon, we got just like, 8-9 days before you all, well, less than that even, before that semi comes back up. Really the last full week of spring training this week for the Mariners. I'm going to ask you kind of a Pete Carroll question. Whose presence as a player are you feeling the most down there in spring training over the course of the last month?
Wow. Well, I think that's kind of an easy one in Cal Raleigh. And that he just, I mean, that's Cal. He takes it all over. You know, he takes on absolutely everything. And you feel his presence because of what he does with the pitchers. You feel his presence because, you know, he shows up in the games and you see what he can do, both, you know, with the glove and at the plate. And then yesterday he had a day off, and I stayed back to get some things done. And I decided, hey, I'm going to work out in that back porch where they have those nice chairs. You know, why be in that media room if I can take the laptop out there and write on the porch and enjoy that? And I'm out there, and about an hour into my writing, I look up, and there's Cal in full uniform walking across the bullpen area from I don't know where. Well, he had the afternoon off, but he took the afternoon and went and hit in 2 minor league games because he needed some extra at-bats, something he determined, and ended up getting 6 at-bats in those 2 minor league games. And, you know, that's just who he is. I think it's impossible not to feel his presence.
I thought you were saying you were working out there when you
So
first,
did I.
When you
I was
first, I was like,
Pushing
Shannon,
the sled.
Shannon, you snuck up on the pull-up bar in the
big.
bands.
Go out and work
the
out with
sleds?
those guys. Like,
you put
geez.
some weights on those sleds, Shannon. You're driving those sleds.
Shannon, what's going on with Dylan Moore?
Yeah, it's hard to tell right now. He is definitely, you know, every spring training there is somebody who has kind of the spring that he's having. Last year it was Luke Raley. And, you know, it took a while for him to get into the season, but Dylan has not been, you know, he's not been there with the bat. And, you know, to me, I have not spoken to him about it personally, but I did speak to him earlier in camp. And I kind of have to wonder that if this is kind of one of those instances where the off-season stuff just did not translate, and he's kind of trying to work his way through that and find something that's working for him at the plate. He hit the off-season hard. He worked a lot on the strength and worked a lot on his speed. And he's looked fine at second base, but we haven't really seen anything from him offensively yet. And is that a concern? I don't know. You know, there's also kind of the matter of you've got the new hitting coaches right now, and Dylan has always been a guy that, you know, his game has been to pull the ball in the air, and with the skills that he has, maybe they've asked him to do things a little bit differently. I'm not sure about that, but it has been a very, very tough spring for him over at second base. He's getting all of the opportunities. There's been no indication that they'll kind of get off of the plan of playing him over there, mostly because, you know, he's one of your better. You've got kind of a little bit of a questionable defense in the infield right now, and he's one of your bright spots in that. So, you know, if the bat doesn't get going, I would imagine they are going to give him a little bit more time to get there, because I think you do need that glove there.
Is Ryan Bliss forcing the issue as much as anybody on this roster that maybe, you know, we didn't pencil in as a starter? Is he the one to kind of watch because he's had that kind of an impact in spring?
No, I think that if all things were equal on the defense, maybe a little bit more, but they're not equal on the defense, and that is not his strength. So that is, I think, a little bit more questionable. Now, if you're asking, you know, could he kind of work, could he be looking at more of a platoon role right now? Perhaps, because I think the intention all along was to give Dylan the majority of the at-bats at second base and work Ryan Bliss in here and there. Could the balance be a little bit more because you're not seeing anything offensively? Perhaps, but they might also give him the opportunity to get going in the regular season.
Logan Gilbert named the opening day starter. Not a huge surprise. I love all the stories we're hearing about how he handled it, maybe even more so how Luis Castillo handled it. What do you know about how all that went down? And then I'm assuming Castillo starts game 2. Maybe it doesn't matter, but I guess I was just curious what the rotation looks like after Logan.
I think it will look like what we've basically been seeing, except for the 1-2 flipped, but they have not announced the rotation, and it's a really odd schedule with an off day in the last week of games and then 2 off days before the season begins. So they could do things. You know, I think it was tough. I mean, Dan, from what I can tell, I think they told Luis first, and then they brought in Logan. And Logan was sitting down, and I think you heard Logan say that when he was told he couldn't say anything, and there was a big smile from Luis, and finally, after 5 seconds of silence, shouted, "Say something," at him. And I do think, it's a special group as a rotation, and I think that is part of their strength, is that they are so close. I think that you could take every individual in that rotation and put them on every on a different team, and there'd be a little bit less from them because really their relationship is a big part of what they are. And I think Logan would have been thrilled for Luis if he got it. And I think Luis was thrilled for Logan to get it, but I don't think there was any escaping. When we talked to Luis a little bit later in the day, you know, he said all the things, and he is somebody. It is his personality. It is who he is. He's a very generous person, very generous of spirit, very team, and very, you know, he cares about the people around him. But in that conversation, and it was through an interpreter, it was tough to miss. There were a few heavy sighs in it. And, of course, you know, that is a big goal of his, is to be the opening day starter. Now, 2 other goals are to be an all-star, to win the Cy Young, completely on the table for him. But I do think it was a little bit harder for him than, you know, what was said.
Shannon, final storyline or two to work itself out over the next 7-8 days in Peoria.
Yeah, we're looking to see kind of where the final spot in the order is going to go with the position players, the final spot on the bench. Rowdy Tellez has gotten the lion's share of work at first base this spring, which was a little bit of a surprise. That doesn't mean Luke Raley's not going to be there. We're going to see quite a bit of him this week from what I have been told. But they're giving him a good look to see if they would like to keep him, and I think that could be the way that they are leaning. Mitch Haniger has been out for a little bit with a sore shoulder. Are we looking at an instance where he perhaps will start on the IL, which would open up another spot on the bench? And if that's the case, then you're looking at just, you know, and Rowdy makes the team. You're looking at, I think Bliss is probably on the roster, so then it'll be between Rivas and Mastroboni for the final spot. And that's, you know, not a huge story right there, but that's to be settled. And, you know, along those lines, and I don't think we'll know it until we get into the season, how are they going to juggle all these infielders? And how are they going to juggle the DH? And how are they going to work that? Because you've got a lot of infielders with a lot of flexibility, but again, what I just talked about, your defense is suspect in the infield. How is that all going to play out? Where's Donovan Solano going to play? You went and you got him. He's barely played at first base where you thought he was going to get. You went and you got Rowdy Tellez. Is Polanco 100% well enough to play in the field? If not, he's been one of the hottest bats. Do you DH him? Well, what if Garver is hitting? I think just trying to, you know, put all of the pieces together is a bigger question than who those pieces actually are.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I just keep thinking I don't see how Mitch Haniger makes this roster just because of the lack of flexibility. And certainly if Rowdy Tellez is going to make the roster, it seems hard to imagine, even if Mitch was healthy, that you would have an ability to keep both of those guys with some of the defensive problems that they have and that you just mentioned in the infield.
On paper, yes, but there's also the salary to take into consideration.
I know.
Would they cut that? That's a big question.
Sunk cost, right? I mean, at this point, you're paying it either way. What makes your team better? I think that's always a question to ask. Shannon, gosh, I could keep going for like another half hour here with just quick little things, but we're almost out of time.
We got the rest of the week.
Give me 1 minute on Saint-Cha and the spring breakout game. How cool was it?
That was a lot of fun, and it was great. I've got a post up on mynorthwest.com and seattlesports.com on how they're going to handle him. It is not as simple as he's just going to pitch to the platoon advantage, and it looks like he is going to throw a bullpen and throw in games left-handed on his throw day, and it'll be absolutely crazy to watch. But you know, to see, it's not just a novelty. And he's a different pitcher from both sides. And to see him, that was his professional debut. He hasn't pitched since he last pitched competitively in a game, since he last pitched in college. He was hitting 98, for goodness sakes, from the right side. And, you know, just the excitement about that. And I'll go ahead and throw in Ryan Sloan, the 18-year-old, who got hit around a little bit too, but the slider was absolutely nasty. Again, hitting 98, and again, had not pitched since his last high school game. I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch the young pitchers. And you take a look and you're like, well, who are the next guys? And it appears that they are far off. You don't have, you know, the caliber or the potential of a Wu or a Bryce Miller or anything like that. But then you look at those two and you wonder just how far they are. So, they were 2 outings, that just left everybody wanting for more.
Pretty cool. Shannon, thank you. We'll talk again this week. Enjoy your time at spring training, of course, and we'll talk soon. There you go. Our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, always brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. We'll come back with everything you need to know. Lyle has learned a little culture this week, Brock, and we'll see what he found. That's all coming up. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the film study shown you on Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I like it. He's a player that runs his routes with effort. There are some guys who just look really smooth when they do their thing. He's an effort type of guy. I think he understands how to attack leverage. He's a willing blocker, and that's something you have to do in this Kubiak offense. And he was in that Kubiak offense. The effort is always there.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place.
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business.
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Unbelievable!
All right!
Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place.
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business.
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or, if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I've been talking about it throughout the morning. Cooper Kupp is finally a member of the Seattle Seahawks. That went down Friday late afternoon. 31 years old. He signs a 3-year deal. Could be worth up to $45 million, but that seems like funny money. Don't know yet how much of that is really guaranteed. He had been playing on a 3-year, $80 million deal in LA, so obviously it's going to be a huge pay cut from where he once was, and kind of makes sense, I would say. Again, I like this deal. I like the idea of bringing him in. Is he the perfect fit in every... No, I understand a lot of the arguments about the X receiver and this and that. Fine. But he's a great blocker. He has tremendous hands, elite route runner. Like, a lot of the things he does really well are things that the Seahawks could really use.
Yeah, and I think Sam Darnold's excited about that as well. We asked him on Friday, and he kind of hinted and kind of joked. And, yeah, you know that those two, as veteran guys, have been around one another. Here was Sam actually speaking to that.
Yeah, I've talked to Cooper last year, I think, before the game, before we played them, and then, a few years before that. But, yeah, that's about the extent of the relationship. But, I'm excited to kind of see what he wants to do. So it'll be interesting. I'll be right there with you guys finding out on Twitter. That'll be great.
Yep. Well, we all found out together on Friday. Cooper is coming home. I think a lot of excitement from the locals. And, this is a guy that the Seahawks, I always say to you, Saul, got to be a little careful because that owner knows the car better, and the Rams do, and they know some of the challenges, I think, physically that Cooper's felt the last couple seasons. But the Seahawks also know that dude. They've competed against him. They've planned against him. They know how tough he is mentally, how tough he is physically, the other components that he can bring as a pro that are going to continue to elevate JSN's game and a rookie receiver. Undoubtedly, they're going to draft as well. Yeah, I think it's just a fit all the way around. And if Schneider wants guys that want to be here, Cooper wanted to be here.
But he's got to be healthy. That is obviously the big question mark, and probably one of the questions they're asking Tevin Jenkins today as the big guard is in for a meeting. He's been with the Bears the last few years, was drafted as left tackle, has not worked out there, but became a pretty decent guard, made expendable with some of the moves Chicago's already made this offseason to beef up their offensive line, so he may be a veteran presence that they bring in here.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Psych for Logan Gilbert, who will be the opening day starter for the Mariners. He too excited.
I was super excited, obviously. A little caught off guard because I didn't want to expect it, of course, with Louis being the veteran guy, and I thought he's completely deserving. We have a bunch of guys on our staff that could be opening day starters. But when he told me, I was excited, a little caught off guard all at the same time. But, it's it's something you always dream of. Like it's a really big deal, so I don't take it lightly.
He earned it. I think we felt that even that week we were down there and end of February. Like there's just a different presence to Logan. You felt it over the course of the entirety of last season. He was the all-star. He was the workhorse. He was over 200 innings pitched. He outperformed on the field Luis Castillo a season ago and is just rising and elevating and ascending. And if you were going to make that move, you sure love to have a veteran that would understand it. And by all accounts, Luis is that perfect personality to do so.
Some news out of Peoria this morning. Julio Rodriguez originally in the lineup for today playing center. He was scratched. Shannon says that he's just not feeling well. Hopefully that's all it is and that there's not more to come on this. But as she said, it's not been like a lot of sickness or illness going through the clubhouse this year. So hopefully, A, it's not worse than that. And B, he doesn't infect everybody else. And then by the time they start the season in another 10 days, everybody is dealing with something. Let's see. Highlights from the weekend. Ty Pete had a home run. Jerangela Saintja was just ridiculous and fun. She mentioned Ryan Sloan, who was great. I don't know, with the big
Ryan
league
Sloan,
club.
by the way?
Yeah.
That Ryan Sloan? I should have had on my Quadzilla.
Yeah.
That dude's got a power
He
source
looks like he's like
for days.
15 years old, too.
He does.
Remarkable.
Yep.
I'll take this guy going yard for a little highlight.
The 2-2. Swinging, this is smoked. Deep out to straightaway left field. Randy Arozarena clears the bullpen out of the berm and ties it up with a solo home run. This year, Randy will be going for his 5th consecutive 2020 season. I'll tie it at 2.
Yeah, I'm a little biased. I just like Randy.
Just a little. Oh,
I like Randy. I hope he does a lot of
Are
that
you going
this
to be
year.
insufferable if he
No,
does well?
I won't. I hope he does. I have
I
no
hope he
idea
does
if he's
too.
going to.
I hope he does,
I have
too.
no idea if he's going to, but I think that he would make them a whole lot better if he does.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Kraken win, then lose. Rory McIlroy wins the Players this morning in a very uneventful playoff. 3-hole aggregate. He birdied 16, and then J.J. Spawn parred it. Then he put it on the middle of the green on 17, and JJ missed the green, ended up tripling 17, and that was pretty much all she wrote. So Rory wins another Players. Congratulations to him. And I guess a bunch of men are playing for the NCAA.
Tourney.
Who cares?
Tourney begins.
I care about.
We got friends in Spokane.
We care about that.
We care about the Bulldogs
I
over
don't
there
care right now.
They match up with Georgia
I'm
in
all in on the
8-9.
women.
The winner playing Houston.
Women. Husky women, 11 seed, playing against Columbia, play-in game. And Oklahoma State, Macy Heward, needs one win to battle against Paige Beckers.
Be pretty fun for those folks.
There you go.
Molly and I said it. We watched the men first at 4 o'clock. Did I watch a massive amount of men's college basketball this year? No. With the Huskies at the bottom of the Big Ten, it was not much to watch locally there. But there is something about March Madness. There is something about that tournament selection. It's just, it's kind of like Roger Goodell always loved the chains coming out. He loves some of the intrigue. He loves some of the storytelling and the arc of a story with it. And so that bracket, as it gets unveiled for both the men and the women, still a really cool part of the sports calendar.
All right, that is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. If you heard me talking about EFIS earlier, the movie, apparently it'll be on Apple TV streaming April 15th. So a couple weeks out. Yeah, there you go. Tax day, your birthday, the whole deal. So that's someplace you can look for that. 9:45, about 20 minutes from now, Lyle had another educational experience this weekend, and I'm looking forward to hearing his review of Terminator 2. He watched it for the first time, and is that the first Arnold Schwarzenegger movie you've ever seen?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So
never watched Kindergarten Cop, never watched Conan, never watched
Conan. Commando, Predator,
Commando, none of it.
Raw Deal, Red Heat.
Wow.
Nope.
Running
Total
Man.
Recall, Running Man.
Running Man?
Running Man?
No.
What about The Running Man? Have you ever watched The Running Man?
So good.
Junior?
Nope. How much longer you want to
True
keep going?
Lies? Twins? With Danny DeVito? Twins? No? All right. Well, we'll learn from Lyle in about 20 minutes. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the film study shown you on Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I like it. He's a player that runs his routes with effort. There are some guys who just look really smooth when they do their thing. He's an effort type of guy. I think he understands how to attack leverage. He's a willing blocker, and that's something you have to do in this Kubiak offense. And even in that Kubiak offense, the effort is always there.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
All right, you want $1,000 off? $1,000. Riverside Roofing is offering you $1,000 off a new roof replacement, which is a great incentive for any homeowner looking to book their roof replacement right now. It's a good time to do it. Days are getting longer. Post 7 p.m. sunsets, those crews can get your roof done real quick, just in time for the spring rains. Make sure your home is dry, safe, and protected. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 rebate or $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Just book a free estimate from their website, riversideroofingllc.com. And when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, just tell him you heard the message on our radio station. Say Mike Salk sent you. Say you heard it on Seattle Sports. Say you heard it on the radio. $1,000 back in your pocket and put a brand new roof over your head. While you're there, ask Brandon about their 35 years of experience. Ask him about being GAF Master Elite certified, placing them in the top 3% of all roofers in the country. And then ask them about the catch-all system, too, because that'll keep your yard and driveway totally free of any debris like nails or shingles, good for your kids, your pets, etc. Again, go to riversideroofingllc.com and tell them I sent you. Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab for all the details. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. This contest runs through March 21st. Seattle Sports, home of the Mariners, and your home for opening day.
Play ball!
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Back in the day, in a previous life,
I was telling a Karen all about it.
Jameson used to send us to Dublin this time of year for St. Patrick's Day, and it was awesome. What did we do? 4 times? I only made it for 3.
I think 3. I don't think it was 4. I think it was 3 times.
Is that
you
right?
made it for 2 of the 3.
Okay, I made it for 2 of the
Sick of
3.
hearing about this.
I know.
I'm being told it's not going to happen again.
No, it'll never happen
never.
again. They stopped
Never
doing
more.
it, but it was amazing. Oh my gosh! I mean, they paid for radio shows from around the world, not just around the country, but around the world.
Brazil, Japan, India, Europe, America.
To meet in Dublin for St. Patrick's Day. We did it 3 years in a row. I missed the middle year because while we were in Paris right beforehand, Heather fell and broke her leg, her tibia fibula, both of them. Little tib-fib deal. And, so I didn't make it, unfortunately. But
I think we had a cry fest the last one because that's where we announced that you were leaving.
Yeah, so we went once with Paisley. Right, the first year, where Paisley ripped off his
shirt off
in order to win a
Lyle,
competition.
that's what he did. He ripped his shirt off.
Yeah.
Would you rip your shirt off for us, Lyle?
Lyle, would
to win
you?
a competition? We wrote such a good ode. We were in the running. I think there were 4 or 5 up there on stage. Great ode.
Yeah.
And then Colin ripped his shirt off and spun it around, and it put us over the
Twisted
top.
like a helicopter.
Would you do it?
Did you yell Petey Pablo?
He should have.
Absolutely not.
That's too bad. That's too bad because you're probably built a lot better than Colin was. So that's really a shame. He did that. And then the next year I wasn't there. And then the third year, we had a lot of fun with Wassel that year. I got a little ill one day, and then we had our sad goodbye after watching the rugby matches, which would be there every year this time. So happy St. Patrick's Day to all who celebrate. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Is G in his green, by the way?
He is, of course.
Massive amount of green.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yep. Newfound Irishman. G.
Head to
Scott.
toe.
Yep. Head to toe in green today. So is Maura. Maura's wearing green.
I swear it was an accident.
That's remarkable.
I normally tell people that I don't have to wear green. I'm like 90% Irish. I don't need to.
I don't think I own anything.
How would Maura's volume control though be with all the Jameson?
If we'd been in they'd have heard her in Cork. We'd have been in Dublin. The people in Cork are like, keep it down.
No, that was the thing, Maura. They had we did our shows, and then they had these huge parties and events
nonstop.
Oh my gosh,
with only Jameson at all of them.
Fellow Irishmen, I think.
Who was the one? Who was the one? There was a Vegas guy that was in the bushes, passed out. He was like. And
Nick Wright was there.
Oh, Nick Wright was throwing up in the yes, that was quite.
I'm sure I would not have been the loudest person. Shut up.
Anyway, one little piece of news that came out over this weekend was the real details on the Sam Darnold contract. And look, I guess this is sort of how the Seahawks do their work in general, but only 1 year is guaranteed.
That's right. That's right. All $37 million of this upcoming season, all guaranteed. And then, I kind of had this feeling, Salk, if this is the way they were going to pivot. And I think I even said it on these airwaves. I said, when it's all said and done, I think this is going to be a contract. When the initial numbers came out, 3 years, 115, and then they kind of got down to 3 years, 100.5. And I just kind of felt like, as well as the Geno deal went from a return on investment for the team, kind of felt like, in the struggles obviously Sam had in his final 2 games, this would open the door, that the market opportunity may be there to do a deal very, very similar. And this one may be even more team friendly than Geno's deal because of all the guarantees on the front end. You were able to give that big bonus because you freed up Tyler's money, you freed up DK's money, you freed up Geno's money. And yeah, I think from an ROI, return on investment standpoint, this has a chance to be yet another home run.
So do you take anything out of that regarding their long-term commitment to him and what that actually looks like?
Yeah, go prove it. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, in many ways, kind of like a Geno had to go prove it every single year. And I think they really liked, organizationally, some of that freedom. And I think you should, and all Seahawk fans should, because this does not preclude you then in any way to go do whatever you want in this draft at the quarterback position. Now, I think this, obviously precludes you, and he was the one you wanted in the veteran market, and not Aaron, and not Russell, and not maybe some of those other directions you've gone. But yeah, I think this gives you a terrific system fit. And I know, not everybody in the building is excited about him as maybe you and I are, and that's fine. Certainly Bobby isn't, and that's fine. He's entitled to his opinion. You get it. A bunch of rough years before last season for Sam, but this is very much a prove a deal. And I think that player knows that. And I think Sam's mature enough to know that, and certainly organization likes the structure of that.
I'm looking at a new mock draft that just came out this morning.
Who do we got?
Yeah, this is just a Pro Football Focus one, so I don't know what to make of this. But a couple things do jump out. So this has Cam Ward still at the top, Travis Hunter 2. It actually still has Shador number 3 to the Giants, who obviously are still in need of a quarterback, and maybe they'll do it just because they have to. Has the Bears taking Abdul Carter, which is. Bears might end up building something pretty good there, man. Yeah. That would be quite the win for them if they could get him. He's a beast.
Yep.
Couple things jump out. Tyler Warren, I think we've talked about this before. There's no way he's going to be available, so I can stop even looking at it. Yep. But you know who else isn't going to be available is Armand Membu. Like, just every time I'm seeing him now in the top 10, and maybe that's all just wrong, but I've seen it now so many times that it's hard for me to imagine that Membu's actually going to be available for the Seahawks at 18.
He's not going to be there at 18. Warren's not going to be there at 18. When you have the very high quality, good tape that Membu had in college, and then you combine that with things physically that only Tristan Wirfs and Trent Williams have done at that size and the way those guys have played,
it's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
This has Will Campbell off the board as well from LSU. And so, not surprisingly, you'll see this name a lot. This has the Seahawks at 18 taking Gray Zabel, who may end up playing in. He's been a tackle. He's played all over the line. Maybe he turns out to be their center. When it's all said and done, we'll find out. Some of the guys that are still available in this mock.
Booker was off the board, the big guard from Alabama.
No, they got Booker going 27th.
Okay.
To Baltimore.
Okay.
And I'm looking for what's the guy from Ohio State? He's not on here. Not in the first round on this one. Jackson's
Donovan.
Not on here. Jackson
Really?
Donovan.
Jackson. Yeah.
Excuse me, Donovan Jackson. No, passing on Kenneth Grant, who they have at 26. It's the big safety from South Carolina, right? Eamon Worry.
Sure.
He's 29.
Interesting.
So, you'd have your choice of some of those dudes. Still just 2 quarterbacks on this list, obviously. And so that is going to kind of lead into that second round. Do you think that Jackson Dart becomes a target of theirs with one of their 2 second-round picks?
I think pro days and interviews and visits and the next 30-plus days will be really critical with that, and it's going to be really nice. Chatted a little bit with Daniel Jeremiah, actually a couple times over the last couple weeks with these different kind of Seahawk moves and possibilities in free agency and kind of what he is hearing, and we will get him into the fold obviously real soon. It's not this Wednesday. Is it the following Wednesday? Is it next week with DJ, or is it the 1st of April?
I think it's the 1st of April.
Okay. So right after the Mariners opening, I think you're right. But Tyler Shuck, the kid out of, he's been everywhere. The Johnny Cash of QBs, finished at Louisville. And then I think Jackson Dart are the 2 that seem to be climbing. Would Jackson Dart be still there in the 50s for you? I think the next month will really determine that. And frankly, did you see, by the way, what the old Big 12 is doing when it comes to pro day? With Shedeur and Travis and those guys, it didn't work out at the combine. I was like, oh, that's cool. They'll be up there in Boulder. It'll be kind of the epicenter. And I was like, oh, no, it's not. The Big 12 has decided, and a bunch of these guys have decided to all do it down in Frisco. So, like, it's going to be, I think, a Big 12.
I assume you mean Frisco, Texas, not Frisco, Colorado.
Yeah, not Frisco, California, nor Frisco, Colorado. Nope, going to be down there in Frisco, Texas for like 2 or 3 days, trying to kind of get a little media bump, a little conference bump, a little conversation. Probably smart, honestly, but was kind of hoping to see the epicenter of the NFL world up there in Boulder, to see Travis and Shedeur and those guys working out. But
they don't want to do it in Nacogdoches?
Nah, I don't want to do it down there in Nacogdoches either. So what did you make, by the way, and it's a lot of me talking, do you like the Sam Darnold 1 year, or does that say to you, like, maybe there wasn't that strong of a market between Pittsburgh and New York and everything else for his services?
No, I like it. I think it's great because, again, I like Sam Darnold. I'm happy to have him here. Hopefully it works out, and he's great. But I'm all about finding your elite franchise quarterback. So the fact that you have an out after 1 year, after 2 years, et cetera, to me is great. I just want to know what you're going to do in the meantime to pair with that move to try to find the guy that you think is going to be great. And I said this on Friday. I'll say it again. If and when John Schneider drafts a quarterback, I will believe in that quarterback. Like, I trust John pretty implicitly on that. If he has identified somebody for the first time since Russell Wilson that he truly wants to go after, I'll be psyched.
Yeah,
but
because
it's been over a decade, and because of the people he tried in between Josh Allen.
Yeah, and I don't think that was, by the way, I think there was a lot of merit to that. And that wasn't just you and I talking. That wasn't an after the fact, like, oh, well, of course you like.
No, we heard it at the time. Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes were the two guys.
And remember how fired up Russ's people were.
He doesn't say that about everyone. We haven't heard that about everyone. Lamar Jackson wasn't like that. And, we didn't hear that about, the kid this past year, Jaden Daniel or Joe Burrow. Right. Those two were the two guys that John wanted since Russell. So if he ever finds another guy like that, I think I'll be pretty excited and hope that they've got the next Josh Allen or the next Patrick Mahomes. But I just hope that at some point that's going to occur because it's been so long since they drafted Russell Wilson. It's been 13 years since they drafted Russell Wilson. It would be really nice if at some point, that's been over a decade, almost a decade and a half, it would be nice if they found somebody else.
I would agree with that.
And this gives you the flexibility to do that.
It does.
That's been my favorite part about the whole offseason, the flexibility. You can do whatever you want in the draft. I won't be, I got somebody here saying 360, Seahawks will take a defensive player at 18, and I'm here for all the fans having mental breakdowns. I wouldn't have a mental breakdown. It'd be great. Make your defense elite. I got no problems with that. You draft a D tackle at 18? Sign me up, man. I'll be psyched.
But you better make sure at 50 or 52 you get an offensive lineman.
That's for sure.
And that 50 and 52 grade on that player better be like right there as high as somebody that you could have had at 18 or 25 or a trade down or anything of that nature.
Well, I think that's why I'm a little frustrated with the fact that they haven't done more in the free agent guard market or center market, because I would like for them, honestly, I would prefer for them to go defense at 18.
Yeah, the fascinating storyline, and I'll do some homework here over the next month or so and see if it actually is a storyline or not, and that is Shedeur. If Shedeur is the QB that just kind of tumbles and falls. And there's a lot of smoke with that. Pro day, again, will matter.
Now, when you say tumbles and falls, do you mean
like to 18
or
in the 20s?
To the second round?
I mean, if he's just kind of fallen and, oh, my gosh, all of a sudden, like if they love his play action and they love his accuracy and they love his command. And there are things with Shedeur that are pretty darn good. And he's been a winner everywhere he has been. And that will be, I'll do some work over the next month.
Shedeur comes in and it's just like, man, can I go back to that Colorado offensive line if you don't mind? That was actually not the worst thing I've ever seen. All right, Brock, let's hear how Lyle found Terminator 2. We've been asking Lyle to learn a little bit about culture, right? And so because Lyle is 27 years old, and not just 27, has spent almost no time learning about what life was like before he was born or when he was younger.
He's been a baseball grinder, Salk. That's what he was. He was a state champion kangaroo. Right. He's got the Marine layer. I mean, he spends every waking minute of his whole entire being.
But there's a lot
baseball.
of pop culture he's missed and doesn't seem to have had any interest in ever catching up on it. So we've assigned him some pop culture staples from our childhood, college, etc. So over the last couple of months, Lyle watched Pulp Fiction. He watched Top Gun. He watched Office Space. And he watched Super Troopers, right? Those 4. And I think we decided last week that he's going to listen to Pearl Jam's 10. That's coming up pretty soon because he didn't know really who Eddie Vedder was for the Eddie Vedder Cup, which they're going to be doing this year. He couldn't name a Pearl Jam song, which was remarkable. Anyway, Lyle, what did you think of Terminator 2? This is the problem with his generation. Not only do they not know anything, they don't want to learn anything.
SparkNotes was a great tool in high school.
It's ridiculous.
What are we doing here, Lyle? What are we talking about?
Help Lyle get himself up to speed with the culture.
All right, Terminator 2. I'm still shocked you guys didn't make me watch the first one first, to be honest.
Really? The first one's great.
Mean, Brock had me watch Rocky 4 when I hadn't seen any of the other ones.
You're welcome to go back and watch the first one. First one's an awesome movie if you can handle Michael Biehn whispering the whole time.
I'll probably go back and watch the first one at this point.
Nice. Awesome. I hope you do.
You had me watch a 5-minute recap on here's everything you need to know about Terminator 1 before you watch Terminator 2. And that did help. Yeah. But I still think now I'm intrigued enough to see the full movie.
Nice.
Wow.
Why? Question number 1. Why is the T-1000 always walking? That guy, I know you're not
He does a lot of running. He walks into running.
You're not supposed to root for the villain in movies. I know there's a whole protagonist and antagonist for a reason, but I'm watching and thinking to myself, does this guy have any sense of urgency? Like, does he want to complete his mission, or is he just totally content walking all the time?
That's a good point.
I mean, the villain in horror movies walks all the time, too.
I don't get it there either.
He does this thing where he starts walking and then he starts running after that.
Right. It's like...
It's a slow burn.
I don't get the slow buildup. It's like 0 to 100 in action movies, buddy.
Maybe that was robotics in the 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
Maybe they couldn't get those things to full speed.
Yeah. Maybe.
This technology might not have been there.
Well, he's not a robot at that point. He's just... What's his name? What's the guy's name? Robert Patrick or whatever?
Yeah. But he's the advanced one compared to Schwarzenegger. Shouldn't he be ahead of...
Yeah.
Like, the technology should be ahead.
Probably.
What else do I got? Is that where Hasta La Vista Baby got famous?
Yes.
Or was it before that?
No, that.
It was before that. Or
No, it was that. His line, it was always, I'll be back, which started in Terminator 1. And then he started saying it in every other movie.
I'll be back.
Because he said it in Terminator 2, and I know that's supposed to be his thing,
Right.
but I was like, that wasn't some needle mover where he said that
No.
for me, I guess.
No, and it wasn't always a needle mover. It was more of just sort of like almost like a little shtick.
Okay.
Like almost an Easter egg, but not quite.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, the I'll be back or Hasta La Vista Baby?
No, the I'll be back.
Yeah.
The Hasta La Vista Baby was sort of the big moment, right?
I mean, didn't he just have that like in a Super Bowl commercial 2 years ago? Kind of still playing into that all
I'll
these
be back.
decades later, yeah.
I mean, that's his thing. He said it in every movie.
But where he said Hasta La Vista Baby in Terminator 2, you could just kind of feel it with where they put the line in the climax of the movie.
Yes.
You could tell that had some...
Well, because he learned it from the kid, right? In the movie, yeah.
So powerful. So powerful.
Okay.
So, how exactly do you terminate a Terminator? That was kind of my other takeaway until the tail end of the movie is they don't really give you a playbook for how these guys are supposed to be stopped.
That's true.
In, I don't know, like, while the odds are against you in Avengers, you know you have to do this to stop Thanos, or in Harry Potter, you have to do this to stop Voldemort. Even though, like, all the odds are stacked against you, you have to do these things.
Well, so in the
Terminator, it's
first
kind of-
one, Lyle, you find out the answer by the end.
Okay.
But that's part of what makes a Terminator unique, right? Is that you don't know how to kill it.
But you just kind of wonder if the movie's just going to be some wild panther chase that never ends.
Oh, I don't think anyone thought that.
I don't know. I mean, yes, you can see the time stamp on the movie and how long it is, but...
Brian Roland Smith is texting in. He's very upset with you. He's like, this is driving me insane. What's wrong with this guy?
So how do you watch that movie, Lyle? Are you on the
Text
couch?
from Roland Smith. This is what makes him a killing machine. The fact that they're so difficult to kill. Like, that's the whole point.
No, I know that's the whole point, but there's still supposed to be some playbook.
Well, they have to figure it out. That's part of the mystery.
Like, there's a playbook for Thanos, and Thanos is one of the best movie villains, I think, ever.
All right.
Lyle, are
You
you,
don't know who that
are
is.
you
Oh, wait,
eating?
you do know.
Lyle, you eating popcorn? Are you wrapped in a blanket? Are you in a sleeping bag? Are you on a couch? Are you in a chair? How do you watch it?
Just on the couch. The free version was on Pluto TV.
Oh, no.
I'm going to be honest, that was kind of driving me nuts because it was glitching, and then it had commercials. And
You
then
rent it?
No, I watched
you watched the whole free version? Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
But that
Were
is
you
how
surprised at all that Linda Hamilton, as much as she's like turned herself into a total, badass for that movie, are you surprised that she's ripping butts the whole time too? She's like doing all of her workouts and stuff, and as soon as she's done like lifting and everything else, she's just ripping butts.
So Lynn Dawson was smoking butts at the halftime of the Super Bowl, bro.
I know, but that was 20 years earlier.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Well, I'm about to out myself here again. Is she a famous actress?
Not really, no. But she's like in the first one, she's very weak. Right? She's very much a victim in the first one. Yeah. And then she sort of I think married James Cameron after all that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think she was married to James Cameron.
Huh.
Yeah.
Do you know who James Cameron is?
Yeah, he made Avatar.
And Terminator.
Oh, well, and Terminator.
And Terminator 2.
Yeah.
And Titanic.
Yeah.
Oh, he was Titanic
He's
too?
made a few movies.
Yeah.
Yes, I know who he is.
Good.
You
All right.
kind of know who he
Okay,
is.
so rate it with the other 4 that you've watched so far.
I still think Top Gun's my favorite of the ones you guys have had me watch so far, but of all of them,
You're speaking Brock's language.
Seriously.
Late last night, I saw something on Twitter. They did this, these AI things, Salk. They're not even like transforming people, but you could see Tom Cruise age really quickly from what he was age in that movie to today. And Goose, that movie, to today. Oh my gosh.
Really?
A lot of them did not age well.
No.
Really?
No. Poor Kelly did not age well. No.
Well, that's true.
Yes.
Well, I still got to watch Maverick.
Okay, but Top Gun's number 1. Yep, Top Gun's 1.
Yeah, that was one. I'll be honest. When I gave that Pulp Fiction review, which was obviously the first, the first of these movies I'd watched from you guys, I said to myself, man, that really was confusing, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah.
I think the more I've sat on it since seeing it, I understand why people really appreciate it and enjoy it.
Okay.
So I think that was a slow burn that over time I started to realize, okay, I get why you guys have me watch that. I'll put Terminator after that.
And then the two comedies are last.
Which is funny because
You're a comedy guy.
Exactly.
And you're a funny guy, Lyle.
What's up?
I mean, you're a funny guy.
Well, I try.
Come with me if you want to live.
It's okay, Mom. He's here to help.
Sorry.
I still want him to
He
watch
was here to
Forgetting
help.
Sarah Marshall, but I think you should just watch that in general, even
Yeah.
outside of this.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a couple thoughts for your next assignment. What would you like next? Would you like another action movie? Would you like
It's gotta
another
be Pearl
comedy?
Jam.
I thought I
We
was
gotta
doing an
have a
album.
listen.
No, we're
Yeah.
going to do an album once the baseball season
right.
starts. So I think we got one more week to get you a movie.
Okay.
What kind of movie would you like?
I don't know. You guys have actually been pretty good about picking these so far.
So we got a text suggestion that I think is a good one. Have you seen Dazed and Confused?
No.
I think you should see Dazed and Confused.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Music from the 70s, I think it will hold up. I think you got to see it. What do you guys
seen
think?
Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yes. Oh, a million times.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I feel like Dazed and Confused would be a pretty good one.
I can
for you
buy
to
into
watch.
that.
I think you'd like to watch Wiley Wiggins try to throw a baseball. I think
All right.
that will end up being fun for you. All right. We'll try Dazed and Confused, and then once baseball season starts, we'll get into some music with Lyle. Nice job.
You couldn't name one song from 10?
No, I couldn't name one song from Pearl Jam.
Well, there's one here on the hotkeys. But
We used State of Love and Trust as an intro music bumper, so he knew that one because he could read it in front of him. Even Brock can name a Pearl Jam song.
Jeremy, Alive.
I figured you'd just name one from Nirvana.
I'm with you, Lyle.
You can't name one Pearl Jam song?
I mean, because of everything we've done here, but when I started here, no.
Oh my gosh, we gotta go.
Sounds like mumble.
What am I
jumbo to
doing?
me.
What is happening in our
Better.
world? What world are we living in? We gotta go. Sheesh. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. You know where the hay is? That's exactly right. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Veteran wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling is signing with the Seahawks on a one-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. What do you make of this one?
No, I like it. I'm not mad at this. People are going to be underwhelmed, but this is the type of receiver that you need. 6'4", 206 pounds. You have a big outside receiver that can hold safeties responsible, and I guarantee you they're going to grab a receiver in the draft.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Congratulations to Logan Gilbert, who on Saturday was named the Mariners' opening day starter. There might have been some fans wondering how last year's starter, Luis Castillo, would take the news. Turns out, like a great teammate who surprised no one, Castillo told MLB's Daniel Kramer, "I'm super happy for him. I've had 3 or 4 opening days, and this is his first one." The Husky women are dancing again. Washington women's basketball made the NCAA tourney for the first time since 2017. They'll take on fellow number 11 Columbia Thursday